never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Ready to get this party started? Yes, indeed. Underway on a Thursday. Yeah, we'll take that once you get through hump day and can start thinking about the weekend is on the horizon. Yes, indeed. Hey, hope your week's going well. What's going on? Another action-packed show. All the latest updates. I tell you what, doing show prep, you're hard-pressed right about now to find some things to talk about other than COVID or Afghanistan. It's just everywhere you turn, that's all you see, all you hear. I've done my best to dig up some other things to maybe discuss as we roll into it Thursday. We start things off, a look at our travelers' weather around the country. A couple of areas where Mother Nature's going to be slowing you down tonight. Yeah, we've got several clusters of showers, thunderstorms, some pockets of heavier rain, and they're not moving a whole lot. Very, very slow-moving storms in northwest Indiana, northeast Illinois, to include the Chicago area. You get a bit further south down into central portions of Illinois. The storms have been trying to make some progression slowly to the south and southeast, but especially there in northeast Illinois. Yeah, got some flash flood warnings as well as northwestern portions of Indiana. Maybe zoom into some of those. I bet we've been seeing inches of rainfall because these storms have been kind of just setting nearly stationary for hours in those areas. So again, not making a whole lot of progression. As we roll on into the day here Thursday, forecasters concerned, again, some communities stretching from the Dakotas and Nebraska Eastward to Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Illinois, may be hit with some dangerous, damaging storms and torrential rain continuing again through the day today and on through Friday, as a matter of fact. We've seen some of these storms, especially with the daytime heating in the afternoon hours and early evening, reaching severe limits. Showers and thunderstorms are going to fire up and kind of repeat over the northern edge of this big area of high pressure that's kind of stuck, lingering over Oklahoma. And it's going to stay there through the end of the week. Some of the major cities that could see flash flooding. Again, Des Moines, Iowa, Sioux Falls, South Dakota, Minneapolis, and Milwaukee, Chicago. Yes, you're in the mix. And possibly even Detroit. Looking back Tuesday into Tuesday night, 24 hours ago, we were talking about some of these severe storms, strong winds, torrential downpours from portions of Minnesota and Iowa into Wisconsin, Illinois. Thousands were without power. Part of the Chicago area saw some of those torrential downpours Tuesday evening. 1 to 2 inches of rain in some neighborhoods. They did see some street flooding there. Tonight, heavy, gusty, locally severe thunderstorms swept from eastern Montana and western portions of the Dakotas through much of Nebraska and all the way over to the lower peninsula of Michigan, through parts of Ohio, central Pennsylvania, and on over into western New York. This high pressure over the southern plains may begin to break down, allowing that pattern to break up a little bit between now and the weekend. However, one pattern in showers and thunderstorms may hand off to another wet, thundery pattern for the northern plains, as well as parts of the Midwest. As we look ahead through the day today, Thursday, the risk of heavy, gusty, severe thunderstorms will extend from parts of Montana once again, all the way over to southern Minnesota and much of Iowa. The main threats today will be high wind gusts, flash flooding, and maybe some isolated reports of hail. Friday, the main threat will extend from the Dakotas to Wisconsin once again. So we see some of those same areas, kind of lather, rinse, repeat kind of scenario that's been set up. I pull up some of these flood warnings, which, as I mentioned, northwest Indiana, places like Gary, Indiana, northeastern portions of Illinois, not Chicago direct, but see some of these. Radar indicated that the heavy rain, thunderstorms have begun to abate a bit across the area, but we saw 2 to 4 inches of rain over the past few hours. Highest rainfall amounts were in the Sugar Grove area, so that's where you got some of the flash flood warnings. Flash flood is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Now, that was put out at 11:30 Eastern Time, about 30 minutes ago, so that's where we've got some of our active flooding rains taking place. Meanwhile, forecasters expect some relief, maybe a bit of relief on the horizon from the prolonged heat and humidity to take hold across the Northeast this weekend. And it won't be a massive fall preview for areas from Virginia to Pennsylvania, but the hot, humid conditions in the wake of Henri earlier this week going to linger again through Thursday and Friday. That means more temperatures from the upper 80s to middle 90s with heat indices from in the 90s or lower 100s. There are some changes coming to New England this weekend. People in the mid-Atlantic hoping for maybe a blast of cool, refreshing air, and you're probably going to be disappointed here. It's tough for cold fronts to reach much of the Atlantic coast this time of year. That's going to be the case over the next several days. For a front to roll through with a major change to cooler weather, there's got to be a pretty significant southward dip in the jet stream to help nudge that Bermuda high out of the way. Well, and instead, the jet stream's going to barely have a ripple this weekend. So the air aloft is going to remain quite warm. There will be some cooling in the lower portions of the atmosphere that would be assisted by the Atlantic Ocean. Water temperatures right now are at their highest levels of the year, ranging from the 60s along the coast of Maine. You got water temperatures in the lower 80s along the Virginia Capes. So any cooling by way of a northeasterly or easterly breeze is going to be limited and probably carry some moisture with it. A little bit of a reduction in humidity for New England, parts of upstate New York. The drop may become progressively less noticeable as you move further south as we head to the weekend. It's possible that we could see really maybe no significant change in humidity in New York City and areas south of that. High temperatures are forecast to take a little bit of a hit, especially in New England and northeastern New York State. Highs forecast to trend downward to the 70s and maybe even some upper 60s for that region, which would be quite pleasant for this time of year. Some of the best weather this weekend in terms of low humidity, sunshine, fall-like conditions will be occurring in Maine, closer to the source of the cool, dry air from eastern Canada. For example, high temperatures in Bangor, Maine, forecast to trend from the 90s today to the lower 70s for highs on Saturday, probably upper 60s on Sunday. Now, that would be temperatures more typical of mid to late September. So for that region of the country, it will almost be a little preview of fall. Further south and west, the highs may only drop maybe 5 to 10 degrees lower. By Sunday, highs are forecast to range from the middle 80s, from Pittsburgh to Philadelphia, maybe just shy of 90 in Washington, D.C. Anytime there's a flow of air partially or fully coming from the Atlantic, there can be some issues with cloud cover, lingering misty conditions, even patches of rain or an occasional thunderstorm. These are also concerns for this weekend in the Mid-Atlantic, the Central Appalachians, as well as the Great Lakes. For those headed to the beach this weekend, in addition to the potential for some stubborn clouds or even some rain, you'll have a stiff breeze from the Atlantic. Could see some rough surf, some strong rip currents from southern New England coast down to Long Island, New York, maybe New Jersey and Delaware as well. Through Thursday night, the storm risk is going to be pretty much confined to the Central Appalachians and the eastern Great Lakes. By the weekend, some spotty storms may extend eastward, reaching the Mid-Atlantic and southern New England coastal areas. There's another potential concern at the beaches is that runoff from Henri's flooding Sunday and Monday may have washed some pollutants out into the surf zones. If you're being advised to abide by any local restrictions set forth by officials there. By the middle and latter part of next week, it may be possible for a more substantial push of cooler, less humid air into the Appalachians and the Mid-Atlantic. However, potential developments in the tropical Atlantic, as well as the Gulf of Mexico in particular, may add some level of complexity to the forecast should a system push northward into the southern states. Well, that's what we'll get to coming up here momentarily. And there's several areas of concern as far as the tropics are concerned. Let's go ahead briefly on that because, the systems are kind of packed and stacked out there. 1, 2, 3. The peak of hurricane season off to a pretty fast start. And they're keeping an eye on several features in the Atlantic Basin that could develop in the coming days. But if nothing else, they're keeping the water maps pretty crowded right now, the weather maps, rather. As of Wednesday, forecasters monitoring 3 other tropical waves that could be the next named systems there in the Atlantic Basin. One is over the Caribbean, the other 2 out over the open waters of the Atlantic. As of Tuesday, that tropical feature over the Caribbean is the most immediate concern for impacts to land, life, and property. Looking rather poorly organized, it may not take shape until the latter part of this week or maybe this weekend. Elsewhere over the Atlantic, the skies are teeming with activity, and not just of the tropical variety. Large amounts of Saharan dust have been wafting off the northwest coast of Africa in recent days. Some of that has reached all the way over to southern Florida, or will do so, maybe coming up this weekend. You'll see kind of milky sunsets. Satellite imagery showing clouds of dust in both areas where tropical activity is brewing. Now, the other two features are way out over the Atlantic, but they also have some atmospheric hurdles to overcome if they're going to reach tropical storm force to garner a name. Any of these three could be the next named storm in the Atlantic Basin. What are the next names? Let's see. We're up to the I. Ida will be next, IDA, followed by Julian, and followed by Kate. So Ida, Julian, Kate, the next three names on the list. One of those tropical features is about 800 miles southeast of Bermuda. Moving northwest, this feature has the best chance to evolve into a tropical depression or storm over the next 48 hours. But it is dealing with dry, dusty air, which is trying to inhibit tropical development. The other tropical wave, as of Wednesday, was several hundred miles southwest of the Cabo Verde Islands, almost near the equator. Now, that could play a role in its chances of strengthening. The current problem with this easternmost feature is how close it is to the equator. In this part of the ocean, several other physical forces, in addition to dry air, would make strengthening a little less likely, unless it could maybe drift several hundred miles further north. But depending on how fast this wave moves, that northern jog could take several days to occur. So that's, they've got the maps out there in the Atlantic Thursday through Saturday. Just keeping an eye on things. Looks like it's going to be a busy pattern as far as tropical weather is concerned as we roll into the peak of the Atlantic hurricane season, of course. All right, who we got checking in out of the box here? Hello, Colton. Good to have you with us. Yes, you were first. All right, congratulations. Copy the mail, Chevy Guy. Big Moose says second. Gilligan's on board. Morning from the land of entrapment, New Mexico, where it's clear and 84 degrees. Hello, heat wave. Let's see, who else checking it? Dave, just here. Glad to see the Big Moose is with us this morning. 007 checking in from Lincoln, Illinois. Still raining here. Rainy, stormy weather. Crazy Ray's on board from West Michigan. Checking in, 75 degrees there. Hello from Caldwell, Idaho, from Alpine Mike this morning. Richard checking in there in Central Florida, 81 degrees. How you feeling, Steve? Feeling fine. A-OK. Thank you very much. Good morning from Wilson, North Carolina, 75 degrees, clear skies. Hello, Billy. Big Red from Indiana checking in. Looper said, played bad golf with a heart patient friend today. I said, I wish I could slow my swing down. He reached in his pocket, pulled out a handful of pills and said, yeah, how slow do you want to get? Okay. Yeah, Looper, so he was going to throw you for a loop, huh? Hello to Captain Ron checking in tonight. There's Kentucky Ken on board. Driving to serve begins soon. All right, going to be hitting the road, right? Papa Rock checking in, camped out in Shreveport, Louisiana tonight. Jeffrey, good morning, Steve. Trucking to Carlisle, 72 degrees in Breezewood, PA at this hour. And let's see, Lori checking in. Morning, 78 degrees here in Buffalo, New York. Good to have you with us, Lori. As always, our number is 844-844-3388. And yeah, hello, Monkey Gouger, just checking in Lubbock, Texas. He said, it's hot here in Lubbock, Texas. On board, 17 past the hour. Get some of the industry headlines coming up here. As I said, lots to cover. What's on your mind? Good to have you with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. untitled.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Who else checking in here? Let me see. There's Santa Claus checking in from way out west. Top of the morning, Steve. Good to have you with us, Santa Claus. DJ checking in from Robinson, Illinois. Counting down the days till the Shy Diesel Extravaganza in Lyons. Hey, you know what? That's coming up here in just a couple of days, right? We touched on that last evening. Yeah, the Outlaw Diesel Super Series 25th Annual Shy Diesel Extravaganza. It's coming up this Friday and Saturday. The countdown is on. So here we are rolling into Thursday. I guess Kyle will probably be heading out later today, heading that direction to Wagler Motorsports Park in Lyons, Indiana. It's the next stop of the Outlaw Diesel Super Series. Yeah, one of the longest-running, largest diesel events in the country. This huge event bringing out the fastest diesel drag racers from all over the country, including the world's fastest diesel. None other than the Hot Shot Secret Firepunk Diesel S10 will be there this weekend, along with a number of other Hot Shot Secret sponsored racers. Of course, the pits are open to the public. You can get out there and actually get up close and personal, check out the race trucks, meet the drivers. Test passes for all classes starting Friday, qualifying for all the pro classes. That leads to final qualifying Saturday. Then the eliminations for all classes are going to get underway Saturday afternoon. But that's not it for the monster event. You've got the tractor and truck pulling. There's also a show and shine competition, the dyno competition, the kids pedal pulling. Huge vendor midway there. This is one heck of a weekend-long party where they've even got some concerts slated there in the evening hours. Kyle was kind of explaining, yeah, he's really big on the drag racing thing. And he got to go to the big pool town in Bowling Green last weekend. Josh is really he's the one that's big on the tractor pulling. But for this weekend event there at the Shy Diesel Extravaganza, they've got the drag racing throughout the day. And when the sun goes down, I'm not sure exactly what time the transition takes place, but they have the big tractor pull event. So a diverse crowd, a little bit of something for everyone coming up this weekend. Make sure you stop by, say hello to Kyle, tell him you're a Steve Summers Overnight Drive listener. All right, let's jump onto the phones here, see who gets to be first out of the box. Hey, it's the Jolly Green Giant. What do you say?
Good morning, Steve, and hello to all the cartoon characters out there. I wanted to talk this morning as something's got me kind of bothered. All right?
Okay.
All these Walt Disney, Walmart, all these hospitals, retirement homes are all mandating that you have to have shots to work at their place of employment. I've got a dumb question. Why are we doing all that and allowing all of these thousands and thousands of illegal aliens crossing our borders that have not been vaccinated?
Yeah.
And they are being distributed out through the United States. So would please somebody explain to this dumb man why, what good is all this mandating these shots at all these various companies going to do? So what do you think, Steve? What good is all this doing?
It ain't going to do a thing to stop the spread from town to town around the country, and it's leading to hot spots, as they call it. Yeah, anytime one of those buses rolls into a new town with 100 or so illegals where they're being dropped off, yeah, they're just bringing it into that community and starting a fresh spread of virus.
Yeah, I just thought I'd bring this to your attention. I had just by observation, I just thought I do not understand where these companies feel that they have the right to mandate these shots when we got all these illegal aliens coming up from our southern border, and they're not being vaccinated or not being forced to be vaccinated. Another thing, is it true that Biden is paying some people to sit at home on unemployment again? Are they doing that again?
As far as like extending the $300, I don't believe, I haven't seen anything where they've extended that past I think the deadline's coming up here like September 6th, something like that.
Yeah, my wife said that Burger King in our area, the Milford area, was shut down. And I know White Castle was closing at midnight. So all these fast food restaurants are hurting because all these people are sitting at home on their lazy butt. So I was telling Flash, okay, if they're going to pay all these lazy people $300 to sit on their butts, why not pay me $300 to work? Okay, and only fair is fair. You're going to pay them to sit on their lazy butt. I want my $300 to work. Why not? It's only fair.
Well, it would seem to be fair. It's not fair that, I mean, I can understand when we were at the peak of the outbreak initially, early on, there were millions of people struggling to make ends meet as the whole damn country was shut down. I mean, we've come a long way from that. Yeah, and it had been bantered around about trying to extend that $300 a week, but I believe even the president himself said it's time to end that. We've come far enough. The economy's strong. Hey, and if you got 10 million jobs available out there, there is absolutely no reason whatsoever to extend that any further. Now, we know that, as he mentioned, I think our local White Castle as well, for months now. I mean, White Castles have always notoriously been, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And they've all been, closing in the evening. I think sometimes even maybe as early as 8, 9 o'clock in the evening, then not open until I think like maybe 7 in the morning. Can't remember what the exact hours have been, but yeah, it's crazy. Can't find people to work. All right, good to hear from you, Jolly Green. Have a safe night out there. It's 844-844-3388. Under our industry headlines, there a truck driver's life saved thanks to the quick thinking of bystanders who braved the flames this past Tuesday in South Carolina. According to Live 5 News, the semi was headed south on I-95 when it had a front tire blowout, sending it crashing into the wooded median area near the 67-mile marker. The truck struck several trees before coming to a stop, trapping the driver inside but bursting into flames. That's when some witnesses to the crash jumped into action. The truck driver sustained some serious injuries to his legs, preventing him from escaping the cab himself, so the bystanders worked together to brave the flames and pull the driver from the wreckage. When firefighters arrived, the truck was fully engulfed in flames, but the driver thankfully had been pulled to safety. Firefighters had to use chainsaws to cut a path through the trees to properly extinguish the flames, and even cut open the trailer to ensure the fire was properly quenched. Now, I did not have an update on the trucker's condition available at press time from CDL Life, but thanks to some of the bystanders out
who have stood by us over these many years and want to leave and have been unable to do so. That effort will continue every day past August 31st.
The U.S. Embassy in Kabul has issued a warning to Americans in country not to travel to the airport, citing a security threat. Those at 3 of the airport's gates were being told to leave the area as well. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, a veterinarian physician and founder of Youngevity, great nutritional company, based on 90 for Life. 90 essential nutrients, all vertebrates, whether you're a wombat, an elephant, a giraffe, an ostrich, a human being, a monkey, a cow, a dog, or a cat, doesn't matter. All vertebrates require 90 essential nutrients, 16 minerals, 16 vitamins, 12 amino acids, 3 fatty acids. They help prevent birth defects. There are no genetic birth defects. That's my thesis is in the Smithsonian Institute of Natural Treasure. There are no genetically transmitted diseases. They're all nutritional deficiency diseases. That's why my thesis is in the Smithsonian Institute of Natural Treasure. I want you to get on the 90 for Life program, 16 minerals, 16 vitamins, 12 amino acids, 3 fatty acids. And don't forget the Rebound or sports drink. And don't forget, you need your immune system because of all this pandemic virus stuff going around. And so contact us at usaradiohealth.com. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, thank you much, and welcome back. And I'm going to get to horse feathers in a moment. Horse feathers, I've got an Android, and I pulled up the app during the break there, and it popped right up, and everything was working fine. So he's having trouble getting the Android app to work, he said. Let's see. Hello to Buckeye Boy, checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. 74 degrees, a humid night. I was able to get my truck fixed today, although it's not like factory, it'll do. And the driver that hit me actually stepped up and made good on his word to pay me for the repair. Got to get some maintenance and a tire on my truck tomorrow. And transfer freight I picked up for one of my other trucks to his, and then wait for one of my contracted trucks to get unloaded so I can transfer his freight to him. I picked up also. He's been at the Kenworth dealership in Chattanooga since last Friday, trying to get brakes done after a brake fire coming down Mont Eagle. I'm not real pleased with the service he's got there. Anyway, once I get it transferred to him, I'm off. So have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Yeah, well, a much-deserved some time off there, Buckeye Boy. You've been out there running, right? Hello to Patsy, checking in from southeast Nebraska, 78 degrees. We're going up to 100 tomorrow. Dog days of summer. Yeah, why didn't the pilots fly those planes back to the States instead of leaving them in Afghanistan? If you're talking about the military planes, we had pretty much given all those planes and helicopters to the Afghan army. They were supposed to use that equipment to fight the Taliban, which, as we all know, how that unfolded. So, yeah, that's why all that stuff's in the hands of the Taliban. Hello to Bidu, checking in morning. Steve and the overnight crew. Mercury Man, checking in from Yazoo City, Mississippi, where it's 77, humid tonight. Have a great show, Steve. Thank you very much. All right, let me see what's going on with horse feathers. So, you're having an issue with the Android app?
No, I did in the very beginning. I tried 2-3 times, opened it, closed it, wouldn't work. And I did the YouTube to make sure you were on tonight, and something didn't happen. And so, the YouTube was doing fine. And so a little while ago, I switched back and put the Android on. The Android seems to be working all right. So I don't know if it was the location I was in, the app didn't want to work or what, but I don't know. It's working now. So we'll go with that. But, anyway, so I guess Chevy guy's going to be a little on the upset side tonight when he calls into you. Did you catch that on the news there from yesterday?
What's got him upset?
The military is going to mandate that all the active duty are going to have to be vaccinated.
Yes.
No choice.
Mm-hmm.
So his granddaughter in Germany, I guess, is going to have to be vaccinated or not be in the military. I guess is the only other choice. So I guess he'll be on the little bit of an upset side, I think, when he's calling you in there. So I'm just warning you when you get ready, he's going to be spitting nails probably tonight.
I think they're talking about charging them with what is failure to obey an order, I believe, is what the charge is going to be if they refuse to take the vaccine. I think that was it.
Is that what was. I didn't ever see what the repercussions were going to be if they didn't. I just heard that bit that they the Pentagon had decided that all active duty had to be vaccinated. So anyways, hey, to give you an idea about trucking, you remember a while back there, UPS had bought that overnight express there, and then they made it UPS Freight, and then apparently, I don't know, they must not have made enough money or something, but they sold it to a company called T-Force, and I guess T-Force is Canadian. Did you realize T-Force is out of Canada? I didn't know that.
Did not. Was not aware.
I was talking to one of the other guys I work with here that hauls gas, because one of the things that he does is he hauls LNG, the liquefied natural gas, in there, and they have trucks that burn LNG, and the predictability of your fuel mileage is very, very erratic, because the hotter the temperature, the less gas you can put into your tank, just because of expansion. So when it's cold out, you can go further. When it's hot out, you can't go as far. And he's telling me all the times he's in there dropping off a load into their tanks. Guaranteed you see one or two come in on the record because they've run out of fuel somewhere. They have to go out and tow them back. And so anyways, I guess T-Force has said that's the end. We're not dealing with LNG. We're going back to diesel. So that whole fleet that used to be UPS Freight now going back to diesel, and not gonna deal with the natural gas anymore. So I thought that was kind of interesting. Maybe that'll be breaking news for you there, because that was right from my buddy there that delivers the LNG in there, and said that as soon as they can make it happen logistically, there all the LNG is getting shut off, and all the trucks will be diesel. So, and again,
anyway, I was kind of half paying attention. I was pulling up that whole Pentagon requirement. The reason that did they have an issue? Like, remember a week or so ago, Larry Stone had called in talking about potential fire issues. Why are they not wanting to pursue the LNG?
Just the lack of logistics. You're limited on where you can get it. You can't just go and fill up anywhere on the road.
Right.
Where diesel's very prevalent, and it's not practical. You have to rely on an outside source to make sure that if for some reason there's something in the delivery chain that happens, you're sitting there with all your trucks with no gas in your tank to be able to fill your trucks up. Okay. You can't deliver your freight.
I mean, that's I think most of the like natural gas vehicles have been like bus operations where you'll have your own terminal where you can fuel your buses, landfill operations where your garbage trucks can go out and do the run and fill up the tanks when they get back to the dump or whatever. The application for trying to go on the road, you can't find it hardly anywhere.
Yeah, well, these are line haul drivers, so they're back to the same terminal every night. They're out doing the P&D and the line haul, so they're back to the same. But the problem is if you have 250 miles to go out and you can make that range when you fill up and it's 60 degrees. If you fill up when it's 90 degrees, you might only be able to get 150 or 175 mile range on the round trip, and they're having them go out, and they'll be 30, 40 miles away from getting back to the terminal, and they run out of fuel because on the hot days they can't get enough in their tanks. And even though they're coming back to the same terminal where they should be able to get their fuel, there isn't any place on the road that they could just stop and pick up 20 gallons or something. Sure. just to make it the rest of the way back. So a lot of times they end up having to send a wrecker out to recover them and bring them back so they can get the trucks back into the yard to get them filled up. And I guess there's no real convenient way to run a service truck or anything with a little bit out to them. There isn't a good way to do that. The amount you'd have to have on a service truck is, I don't know, it just doesn't make it worthwhile to do that. But then the other problem is if they ever have any troubles getting the deliveries into the tanks into their yard, they could have their whole fleet sit there with no fuel and nowhere to get it. Where if they run diesel, then they could, run everybody down to the truck stop if they had to or whatever, So I don't know. It's just, it's just back to the basics. What's out here working. Don't try to fix what works. It's just not convenient. I see that happening with the electric. We keep talking about that. Where are you going to charge your electric car? If you can only go 200, 300, 400 miles with your electric car, where are you going to stop out there and charge it up? Maybe the little local Amazon store. Did you hear that Amazon is actually looking into opening department stores now? They've run all the department stores pretty much out of business. The Sears and the Wards and all that. They've run them out of business and the Kmart. So now I guess that Amazon's looking to have brick and mortar department stores they can sell stuff in. I thought that was kind of interesting.
Seems like they've been talking about it anyway for some time, and I thought they had already opened a couple of locations. Obviously, it's going to be limited merchandise available in the brick and mortar type locations, but I think they were talking about having like some of the top selling products that people order online, because there are some people. I mean, I've always been one of those. On a lot of different things, I want to actually physically see what I'm buying. I don't necessarily like just going online to click and buy. Then you get it and you don't like it.
Yeah, that's right. You like to touch and feel before you lay out that cash.
That's right.
So, no, I understand. So, anyways, I guess that's about what we got going for you for a Thursday there. So, just when you see Chevy guy come up on the screen there and you go to push the button, just duck and cover. It's just going to be coming at you.
Beware. All right. We have been duly warned. Yeah, as I said, I was pulling that up. The Pentagon is requiring all service members to get the vaccine. A memo from the Secretary of Defense bumping up the earlier plan, which had called for people to get vaccinated by September 15th. The announcement of the previous deadline noted the date could be moved up if the vaccine were to get FDA approval, which, of course, on Monday, it did. At least the Pfizer BioNTech vaccine. It was given full approval. The memo states, to defend this nation, we need a healthy and ready force. After careful consultation with medical experts and military leadership, with the support of the president, I have determined mandatory vaccination against coronavirus disease 2019 is necessary to protect the force and defend the American people. I've directed the secretaries of the various military departments to have all armed forces members on active duty, as well as ready reserves, including the National Guard, vaccinated if they've not already received their shots. While any of the vaccines that the FDA has permitted under emergency use authorization is acceptable, the Pentagon will only require people to get vaccinated using the FDA-approved vaccine. And so far, that's the Pfizer BioNTech vaccine. So I guess, in other words, you're allowed to get whatever vaccine you want if you want to just opt to choose one. But if you don't want to get one, you're going to get the Pfizer. They're going to have to get one of them. So the memo encouraged the military secretaries to impose what they called ambitious timelines, like ASAP. At the briefing yesterday, Pentagon spokesperson John Kirby indicated exceptions will be made for members who have a religious objection or have a health condition such that a doctor advises them not to get the vaccine. Anyone refusing outside of those two exceptions would need to speak with the physician and their commanding officer to talk about the risks, but he declined to say if they would face discipline under the Uniform Code of Military Justice. It is a lawful order, he said. We fully anticipate our troops are going to follow lawful orders. When you raise your right hand and take your oath, that's what you're agreeing to do. Now, the Uniform Code of Military Justice directs that anyone who fails to obey a lawful order shall be punished as a court-martial may direct. Commanders will use plenty of tools to persuade service members, short of having to use disciplinary action. Right now, 68% of the military is fully vaccinated, 76% have received at least one dose. So what do you say? There's about 25% overall that have to date opted not to take the shot. I think we touched in previous weeks, there are some branches that have much higher vaccination rates than others. The Navy at 73% fully vaccinated. The Army, it's 40%. So when, there's a lot more in the Army, the largest branch, obviously, that have opted not to take the vaccine. Marine Corps is like 53%, Air Force 57%. There's a lot of military members that, again, to date have opted not to take the shot. Quick 2-minute timeout, and we'll return at 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, great to have you with us here as we roll into a Thursday, final Thursday in the month of August. Next Thursday, we'll be into the second day of September. So here we are, 26th of August. Working our way in, time zone to time zone. And let's get back to the calls here. Is it Pat? Is that the name, Pat?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, hi. Yeah, I'm sorry. Thanks for taking my call. I'm calling about the same thing that, by the way, I've been listening to you and your dad since 91, and I found you in July, and I'm so happy you're here, but now I'm having trouble with that app, and man, I got to have you on the radio. I just got to have you on the radio. So, but I could listen to you on the phone like I am now, but I can't get the app to work, and I've got an Apple phone.
So you went to the iPhone store, you downloaded the app and...
Oh, I listen to you every night on it. It's just tonight it didn't work.
Oh.
I've been listening to you since the 1st of July.
Okay, so...
On the Apple phone, but just tonight it didn't work.
Is it working now?
Tonight the app... I don't know. I'm on the phone with you now.
Okay.
So I'm listening to the show on the phone.
Okay.
But when I get off, I'll try it. Maybe it's the same thing with, because I heard Horse Feathers talking about it a minute ago, you know. He said, well, maybe it was just in a place where it wouldn't work. He's using an Android, but I'm using an Apple phone, you know, but mine works all the time. And I listened to iHeartRadio for the last 7 or 8 hours, you know, while I was working before you came on. But maybe that's all it was. Maybe I'm just in a bad place and I'll try again. But anyway, that's all I called about. I wanted to make sure that you were on the air.
Yes, we are here. Yes, we are. Good to have you with us, Pat. Well, thank you so much. What part of the country are you from, can I ask?
I'm from Youngstown, Ohio, and I run a line haul from Cleveland to Richmond, Indiana, and back every night.
Good deal. All right. Well, I'm glad you found us. It's great to have you back with us. Yeah. So you were out of the loop for a good 6-7 months, I guess.
I was. I mean, and the way I found you is I found you because you had that ad on Bubba Doos or Bubba Bo or whatever his name is on 700. That's how I found you. Because he had that ad on his show.
Yeah. Well, that's what it was supposed to do. That was the purpose of that ad running there. So I'm glad you found us. Thank you so much, Pat. Have a good morning. I haven't seen, normally if people are having issues with the app, I've been getting a bunch of emails and whatnot. I'm not really seeing people complaining. So maybe it was just for the first few minutes out of the box, they had a glitch or something. All right, about 5 before the hour. From the email bag, Steve at hotshotsecret.com. Hello again, Steve. Just wanted to update everyone on Dad's progress. That's possum breath, by the way. The doctor decided to keep him another night because his blood sugar levels are still a little low. And he has one more round of antibiotics. His spirits are good. We are listening to your show now. Thanks again to everyone for all your thoughts and your prayers. All right, possum breath, get well soon, brother. Hope you feel better. I'm glad they were able to sort that out, fix that issue. But all right, then I had that story pulled up. As a matter of fact, Mike, did you see this one, Steve? This is where Delta Airlines. We alluded to this month or so ago. All these different ways of trying to convince people who are hesitant to get the vaccine. They're doing everything in the playbook to convince you to get it. Delta Airlines announcing this past day, if you do not take the vaccine, it's going to cost you $200 a month. $200 additional for your health care plan. A surcharge to health insurance contributions. The latest tactic to push employees to get the shot. A number of U.S. companies, including Delta competitor United Airlines, have mandated shots for their employees. Joe Biden, of course, earlier this week, urging all private businesses to do this, fall in line, require your employees to get vaccinated. Meanwhile, back to Delta. In a staff memo, the chief executive said the monthly surcharge will take effect November 1. The surcharge is necessary to address the financial risk that the Atlanta-based airline faces from the decision not to vaccinate. Delta spokesperson said the average hospital stay for COVID has cost the company $40,000 per person. Now, that surcharge could apply to the entire workforce, and a proof or documentation of vaccination will be needed to avoid the $200 monthly, $2,400 a year surcharge. I got a couple minutes before we hit news update, so hang in there. Monkey Gouger got you coming up. Oh, there's Chevy Guy is on the line. And it is 844-844-3388. School has resumed or is resuming around the country. Watch out for the buses. Watch out for the children crossing streets in those early morning and afternoon hours to get on or off the bus. No injuries reported in a crash between a semi, a pickup, and a school bus this past morning, about 7:30 a.m., Brazos County. A Bryan School District bus was stopped on the shoulder of Highway 190 facing westbound, flashers on, as it picked up students from a bus stop. A Ford pickup then came to a stop to allow the bus some room to pick up the students, but a semi traveling behind it was unable to slow in time and crashed into the back of the pickup, the force of that impact forcing the pickup into the school bus. Thankfully, no one, including the 5 students who were on board the bus, were hurt. That includes the 27-year-old bus driver, the pickup truck driver, or the truck driver. Investigation still ongoing. Not clear what sort of citations might have been issued as a result of that, but watch out for the kids and the buses out there. It's that time of year. All right, we'll get our news update, top of the hour. Close out hour number 1. Good to have you with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken says that about 1,000 American citizens may still need to be evacuated from Afghanistan. At a Wednesday press conference, Blinken said that at least 4,500 Americans have been evacuated since the operation began on August 14th. He added that the August 31st deadline that President Biden has set applies to the military withdrawal and not evacuation efforts.
There is no deadline on our work to help any remaining American citizens who decide they want to leave to do so, along with the many Afghans who have stood by us over these many years and want to leave and have been unable to do so. That effort will continue every day past August 31st.
The U.S. Embassy in Kabul has issued a warning to Americans in country not to travel to the airport, citing a security threat. Those at 3 of the airport's gates were being told to leave the area as well. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Awesome and amazing day, man. This is John Jubilee with EnergizedHealth.com. That's right. Write that down after you get off of this at EnergizedHealth.com, because this is your moment to change your life. Intelligent men are skeptical. I want you to be skeptical, but I want you to go check this out today. We have a breakthrough science that is so powerful that hundreds of doctors have changed their life. They recommend it to their patients, physicians to U.S. presidents, leading scientists across the world, because it works. Intercellular hydration pushes all the toxins out of your body. It pushes all inflammation out of your body, can cause your brain to have double the function, men, double. Your testosterone level could rise 500 points naturally. You can wake up every morning like a teenage boy again and lose 30 to 40 pounds of solid fat every month. Be skeptical, but go check this out today at EnergizedHealth.com. That's EnergizedHealth.com.
A pair of American lawmakers who made an unauthorized trip to Afghanistan to witness the evacuation from Kabul's airport firsthand are on their way back to the U.S. Congressman Seth Moulton of Massachusetts and Peter Meyer of Michigan have received backlash from both parties, accusing them of needlessly taking up resources on the ground. Meyer told Fox News that he wanted to share with the American people the stories of heroism he saw from American personnel during his trip to the country.
You have individuals there in Kabul who evacuated the U.S. Embassy with moments' notice. I know soldiers who left behind their boots. They're wearing tennis shoes right now. Others who are in the same uniform they had when they evacuated the embassy 2 weeks ago because they didn't have time to grab their rucksack. They went right into Kabul airport, into chaos and pandemonium and tens of thousands overrunning the runway, and then pivoted to not only negotiating and having to deal with the Taliban as frankly a security partner rather than adversary, but also execute one of the most complicated logistical feats and probably the largest airlift in human history. These people are heroes. Their stories need to be told.
This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Those on Social Security will see one of the largest cost of living raises next year. But will it really be a raise? Tim Berg has more.
The Social Security cost of living adjustment for 2022 potentially will be the biggest in 40 years. Estimates indicate the annual boost could be 6.2%, prompted by rising inflation. But rising prices on grocery store shelves and at gasoline pumps aren't the only reason why those bigger monthly benefit checks will likely not go far. Social Security's cost of living adjustment is calculated each year using the Consumer Price Index for urban wage earners and clerical workers. The calculation for 2022 will be based on data through the third quarter. Moreover, two other items, Medicare Part B premiums and taxes, would likely reduce the value of that increase for many, according to research from the Center for Retirement Research. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And a Michigan man who pled guilty to federal charges in a plot to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer has been sentenced to more than 6 years in prison. Ty Garbin is the first of more than a dozen people facing federal charges in the case to be sentenced. 5 of those men face trial in October. In his ruling, the judge said he sentenced Garbin to less than the federal guideline of 17 years because of his cooperation with the investigation of the plot and concrete actions he has taken to take responsibility for his actions. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, just pulled up the email here. He sent this to me about 35 minutes ago, and I just spotted it. Just a heads up, I-65 north at the 219 mile marker in Indiana is shut down. You got a jackknifed semi blocking all lanes. And that was somewhere about 12:30. He sent that to me. So I think it takes a little bit of time to get those rectified, doesn't it? Typically. So thanks for the heads up there. 65 north at the 219 in Indiana. All right, meanwhile, all right, round number two underway as we make our way into a Thursday. Here's the scoop on this tropical wave sweeping through the Caribbean that has a high likelihood, they tell us, of becoming the next named system as it nears Central and North America later this week and into next week. Now, there's a wide range of possibilities. Areas that were ravaged by Hurricane Grace may again be in the path of this new tropical system. Another scenario forecasters are analyzing opens up the possibility that the system could strengthen into a hurricane, then take aim at the United States. Odds are we are going to have a hurricane by the time we get out of this weekend in the Gulf of Mexico. Now, the feature under scrutiny designated as Invest 99L by the Hurricane Center, currently largely disorganized, but producing showers and breezy conditions across parts of the Caribbean, northern portions of South America. The current location is unusually far south, but there have been 3 storms that were named even further south throughout hurricane history. Now, tropical development is not expected through at least today because of wind shear, but even if it doesn't strengthen in the short term, this tropical wave is going to enhance showers and thunderstorms today across Jamaica, the Cayman Islands. It's 2 areas that were pummeled by Grace last week. The wind shear is going to decrease later this week. If the wave does not organize prior to that point, they expect it's going to have a greater chance for development once it enters this zone. The overall environment appears to be quite favorable for development, perhaps as early as Friday, but more likely on Saturday. It's during these days that this brewing threat could deliver another round of heavy rain and gusty winds to the Yucatan Peninsula, where Grace made landfall as a Category 1 storm. They're still cleaning up, and that may be hindered, and could, of course, see more flooding concerns. Should this become a tropical storm, the risk for damaging winds will be higher. And we already talked about the other couple of areas they're monitoring way out over the Atlantic. And so several possibilities. If it remains a weak system, it would be more likely to head over to, again, northern Mexico, kind of like Grace did. Apparently, if it strengthens, they tend to pull their own path more on a northerly pattern. So we'll keep an eye on things. What do you say, Monkey Gouger?
Well, good morning, Steve. How you this morning?
You're hot in Lubbock, Texas.
It is warm in Lubbock, Texas, man. It's warm. But I'm glad to see you doing better. The other night, when the Princess posted that picture, I was talking to Grump on the telephone. I was sitting still there. I said, holy crap. He said, what? I said, you've got to see this picture, man. Pull over. He said, what's going on? I said, Steve's in the damn hospital. I said, he got a heart monitor hooked up on it. They got IVs going all over him. I said, his neck is red as fire. I said, I think it's skull buster overload. He said, do what? I said, it's got to be skull buster overload. Look how red his neck is. So I reckon Grunt put it up. He said, damn, Bo, what's going on? I said, I don't know. I said, I know he went in to have that tooth taken out, and he probably going to give me hell because I told him he'd be back at work that night pushing buttons, dropping bombs and everything. But I said, I don't know what happened to him. So, did I understand last night they put a cadaver bone in your jaw?
Well, not a cadaver bone. It's a bovine. It's cow bone.
Oh, well, he asked me today if I heard. I said, yeah, they put a dead man's bone in his gum. I said, hell, that dead man might have had the COVID. It might have infected Steve or something. Hell, I don't know.
No, it's supposed to
but
be.
Anyway, man, hey,
it's what they use when you're gonna have like when you pull a tooth. If you don't put this stuff in there, you can't do an implant later. And depending on what it's going to cost, it's probably going to be $2,000-$3,000. I figured to try to have an implant put in where that tooth was.
What they do? Just squirt like a tube of white stuff in there, like cement, and it gets hard, and then they can just screw that post in there.
That's what it is. It's actually made out of it's bovine bone is what they make it out of, and it's kind of like a cement thing. Once they put it into your jawbone, supposedly your actual jaw, the bone material, kind of I guess grafts with it, bonds with it, and grows, and it gives them a firm piece of jawbone to put that screw into so they can put the implant in.
So in other words, we can call you an actual hard head now, right?
I guess so. See, when you looked at that picture, did you see all those welts and blisters on my belly and I had broke out in hives, Monkey Gouger. My whole body was covered with those damn things.
Steve, it scared the hell out of me. Laying all jokes aside, it scared the living hell out of me. I was just sitting there. I was sitting in Houston, and I was just going, and Grump was riding down the road talking to me, and I said, holy moly. And I reckon he pulled over and pulled over. He said, what happened? I said, I don't know, boy. Did they ever figure out what happened? See, we had a synopsis on the thing. What we figured happened was you went home, got out there by that pool, and you started drinking them Skullbuster beers, and you was already on that Novocaine, and one of them bees come by and stung you somewhere, and you was probably, feeling no pains, and that caused a reaction. You know, that skull buster, it makes you do weird things, man.
Well, I was out by the pool, and I had, I believe at that point, 2 beers. I wasn't skullbuster crazy.
Okay, all right. Well, you know, I don't know, man. I tell you, but lay on the other side, it scared the living daylights out of me when I seen it. I said, but he needs to work on that upper torso. He needs to get in the tanning booth or something. I said, man, let somebody Clorox his ass or something. But Steve, what I called about, and I didn't hear nobody talk about it. I was in between. I was making pickups in Dallas and Fort Worth last night. But every time you come to me, I'd pull up someplace and had to get out. It was just a night from hell last night. But did you get to listen to any of that thing that took place on Fox TV yesterday?
As far as what?
All right, the first thing was, I can't remember what that man and woman's name was, but they got on there, and they regular newscasters for Fox in the morning. I think it's the second segment, you know, when that first group goes off, another one comes in. And, man, they just ridiculed Joe Biden. They cut down on Dr. Jill Biden. And they said, you know, the family knows that this man is not there. Why would you put your family through this? Why would you let the whole world see what a dummy he is? And I mean, they just went on and on and on and on. Well, the White House called for an apology, and she said, I'm not apologizing to nobody. The truth's the truth. Well, I had stopped to get some barbecue over at my favorite barbecue joint there at West Texas. And they had Fox on, and they had all those congressmen that had served in Afghanistan, Democrat and Republican. And Steve, those guys, they were talking about what was going on over there, how Joe Biden had, just abandoned those people over there. He, I mean, and it was just one after another. And I mean, the people sitting around me, there was tears running down the aisle. I had water in my eyes. Harris Faulkner said, I got to go to break. Said, I need to recover on this. I mean, it was, you could feel the heartfelt talk that they were talking in there about how Joe Biden has failed America and failed the American people over in Afghanistan. And it just went on and on and on and on. And then, I don't know if you read it last night, the Supreme Court said that, I think they reverted it back to the original court. But anyway, Donald Trump's border policy of stay in Mexico, don't come up here, had to be reinstated.
Yes.
And I didn't hear nothing about that.
Yeah, I think they're all focused on Afghanistan right now. But yeah, it went all the way to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court says you have to re-implement the stay in Mexico policy. Well, it's about time.
It's about time. So Joe Biden had him a hell of a day, but I want to tell you something now. Me and Grump was talking about this today, and he had his view, and I had my view. And, I mean, we were having a good conversation. But I want to tell you something. Those two gutsy congressmen that got on that airplane and flew into Afghanistan to get a front row look at this thing,
yeah,
they had a lot of faith in our military people. They knew them boys could hold the line. I mean, they had to take a little extra caution to hold them and stuff, but that's how much faith. And both of them was Afghanistan. They had been to Afghanistan during the war, and they flew in there, and that's how much faith they had in our American troops, that they could hold a line, and they wasn't worried about their safety. They knew the American military could take care of the job. And I was, and he said, Jimmy, he said, look at it like this. He said, they had to turn special attention on the other things to take care of them and that. I said, yeah, but still, they showed how much they felt that the American military could hold a line and their safety. So, but hey, Steve, it's a sad situation over there. We can't make, I don't know. worry about all those Americans. I'm not so much worried about the Afghanistans as I am the American people that's trapped over there. And, you know, today, I don't know if you read it or not, but the British Parliament rebuked the American president. First time it's ever happened since, you know, we've had American president said, hey, we're done with him. And France, all the rest of them are turning their back on us. We're in a hell of a mess right now. If we was to get in something heavy, I don't know if we could depend on anybody to come help us. This idiot has got us in a waylay.
Not a good position to be in, is it?
No, sir. It sure ain't. And I mean, it's just, you know, just think 1 year ago, we was all happy, not worried about a thing. You know, I mean, country was going good. Nobody was going to mess with us because they knew that they messed with Donald Trump. He'd zap their ass. You know, never in my wildest dream would I be thinking about what's, you know, are we going to wake up tomorrow and find out we've been invaded? You know, that's the question going through a lot of people's minds right now. It's just heart-wrenching to believe that this country went so far downhill since January the 20th when he took over. And I kind of agree with what that woman had to say. Why would the Biden family let their daddy go down in history and their name be disgraced as it's going to be disgraced? He was already a disgrace to America, but he's even a bigger disgrace now. I don't know, but I kind of got a feeling with all these Democrats turning on him and everything, I got a feeling his days in office. But did anybody ever hear if Kamala made it out of Singapore last night after they had that little scare down there with the Havana
syndrome thing? Honestly, I hadn't seen any sort of update on where Kamala is now.
It's something else. Well, buddy, look here. We gonna jump out of here. Glad you're back, and we'll talk to you later, man. We'll talk to you tomorrow night.
Thank you much. Good to hear from you, Monkey Gouger. Appreciate your concern there. It is 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are. Dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Yeah, no doubt. It is quite the predicament that the American citizens and the Afghans that assisted the U.S. military over the past 20 years, quite the predicament they're in. I mean, does anybody really think they have any idea how many people are actually still there? They're throwing around numbers, best guesstimates and things like that. But things are pretty quickly going downhill because, again, this past day, the latest advisory says the United States is warning crowds trying to get to the airport to leave the area, as Britain and Australia cited the, quote, high threat of a terrorist attack. A flurry of nearly identical travel warnings from London, Canberra, and Washington late this past afternoon, urging people gathered in the area to vacate, move to a safe location. These security warnings about the airport were unusually specific, they tell us. According to the U.S. State Department, those at the Abbey Gate, East Gate, and North Gate now should leave immediately. Australia's Department of Foreign Affairs said there was an ongoing, very high threat of a terrorist attack. Do not travel to Kabul Hamid Karzai International Airport. If you're in the area of the airport, move to a safe location and await further advice. London used a similar warning, adding, if you can leave Afghanistan safely by other means, do so immediately. I mean, how are you supposed to get out? All right, some evacuation flights are already winding down, of course, slated to end next Tuesday, leaving many clamoring for ways to get the hell out. Crowds, including distraught families, have tried to access the airport. At least 8 have now died in the airport chaos. Washington said the Taliban had made reassurances that Americans, as well as at-risk Afghans and people from other nations, would be allowed to leave even after Tuesday's deadline, the deadline for troops to depart. But Afghanistan is awash with other jihadist groups. You've got Islamic State. Belgium this past day said they had completed their evacuation operation after removing their own citizens as well as others from the Netherlands, Denmark, and Luxembourg, and Afghans seeking asylum in those particular countries. But how many are there? I think we talked last evening, we touched on the fact that some of these other countries, Germany, France, I think even the Dutch, are making like special forces drops into areas throughout Afghanistan. According to officials at the Pentagon this past day, the United States has not evacuated anyone outside of Kabul. They have said they've had 2 or 3 missions where they've gone out of the perimeter there at the airport via helicopter to rescue some Americans that are in Kabul in close proximity. But you can't help but wonder, what about all those Americans that would be undoubtedly, like, say, in the Kandahar area, some of the other big capital cities there throughout Afghanistan? We haven't gone into any of those areas. All right, a couple minutes before we hit news update. Want to jump on board? Great to have you with us. Our number is 844-844-3388. Hey, we'll give this woman a Dumbass of the Week nominee. You know what? Matter of fact, Brain Dead sent me some DA nominees here a couple days ago. So we've got some nominees. But if you're going to be vacationing in Yellowstone, stay on the path. Stepping off the trail could land you in jail, and this tourist is learning that lesson the hard way. A 26-year-old from Connecticut was sentenced to a week in jail after walking on thermal ground near one of Yellowstone's iconic geysers, according to the Wyoming Department of Justice yesterday. Ordered to pay a $1,000 fine, $40 in fees. She'll have to also pay $1,000 in community service to the Yellowstone Forever Geological Resource Fund. This woman and two other people walked onto the thermal pool and geyser at the park's Norris Geyser Basin. She and one other person got off the boardwalk and were walking on the thermal ground. Multiple other people were concerned, took photos and videos of the three. It's not clear if the other persons who were out there on the thermal ground had been identified or would face similar punishment. But this is a popular area in the park. There are signs everywhere warning people, stay on the boardwalk. It's one of the largest thermal areas in Yellowstone and the hottest, according to the Park Service. Nearly all of the thermal features at Norris Geyser Basin are above boiling point, which, by the way, is 199 degrees at that elevation. For those who lack a natural ability to appreciate the dangerousness of crusty, unstable ground, boiling water, and scalding hot mud, the National Park Service does a darn good job of warning them, stay on the boardwalk in the thermal areas. Yet there's always going to be those like this woman who just don't get it. Although a criminal prosecution and jail time may seem harsh, they said it's better than spending time in the hospital's burn unit. News break time. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken says that about 1,000 American citizens may still need to be evacuated from Afghanistan as the deadline for the withdrawal of U.S. forces from that country gets closer. Acting Ambassador to Afghanistan, Ross Wilson, says that the U.S.'s commitment to that country does not end on August 31st. He also tells CBS News that he believes there will still be attempts to get American citizens out of Afghanistan after the deadline.
We believe that there will be possibilities for Americans to be able to get out of this country. That's been part of the nascent conversations, many of which have taken place in Doha with the Taliban about potential ways forward. We'll have to see how that works out, but America's commitment to American citizens in particular, to our staff, to those who served our country, that isn't going to end.
This is USA Radio News.
Do you have a home that you don't want anymore? We can buy it from you within 24 hours. Any home, size, or condition. For over 20 years, we've been buying homes for cash and helping homeowners sell their homes immediately, with no listings or strangers walking through your home. Are you moving? Did you lose your job? Going through a divorce? Whatever the reason, if you're in a bind and you know that you need to sell your house fast, call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. We'll make you a serious cash offer to buy your home in 24 hours and let you walk away from it. No listing, no waiting. Sell any home, any size, any condition, now. Call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. Make this free call now.
800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. That's 800-478-6084.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back here as we roll on. Making our way into a Thursday. Hey, weekend just around the corner, right? We'll take that. And we'll get back to the calls here in just a moment. You know, seeing as I spent a couple of hours in a dental facility, followed by close to 7 hours in a hospital emergency room, I'm thinking to myself, you know, Steve, good likelihood, undoubtedly, you reckon I had possibly any exposure to COVID? In the hospital emergency room, at one point, my wife asked one of the nurses, are there patients in here right now with COVID? And, I'm not allowed to tell you that. We can't disclose that. I guess it's a HIPAA violation, right? You know damn good and well there are. So I called my doctor the next day. It's kind of funny. I had, Big Ed had called, and I was chatting with Big Ed on my cell phone, and the wife's cell phone rang, and it was the doctor returning. I'd called the office, and I had requested a prescription for ivermectin, because I've done quite a bit of research. And many, many trials are showing a great impact, a great improvement for those, even as what they call a prophylaxis, taking this to prevent you from coming down with it. So he's returning my call, and he's like, "Well, no, I'm not going to prescribe that." Why? Because it has 0 proven benefits, and this and that. And I'm like, wait a minute. Have you done any research into this? Yeah, I rely on my research from blah blah blah, and they tell me. I said, so you're listening to the Fauci crowd, right? Yeah, you're listening to the likes of the FDA and the CDC, where they won't approve anything for treatment, or to date they have not, as I've said many times before, because emergency use authorization for a vaccine is not allowable if there is a viable treatment. Now, until this past Monday, it's all been emergency use authorization. Then he had the gall to say, you're getting your information from Fox News. I mean, whoa. No, I'm not getting my news from Fox News. Again, have you done any research into this? I said, well, I'm not going to argue. He said, well, no, I'm not going to. He said, you're more than welcome to find another. I've been dealing with this SOB for 23 years. I've entrusted my health care, and I thought the job of a health care provider is to be in the best interest of the patients they're serving. But no. Now, I mentioned last week, my brother-in-law in Georgia, I had been talking to him about the ivermectin and sharing some of the stories and the research. He called his doctor. Doctor did not hesitate. Put him on a regimen. He and his wife as well gave him enough for her. I wanted to send some of this to my doctor. I might as well just let it go. Just forget about it. Find another doctor. Because, these doctors that have their mind made up, that are towing the line of the FDA and the Fauci crowd, who want to say nothing positive about any possible treatments, the only thing you're going to get is the vaccine. I did ask him, at one point I said, so if I come down with COVID, can I blame you? And that's where he kind of got pissed. He said, well, you're more than welcome to find another doctor. Okay. Ivermectin for COVID-19. This is what I wanted to send him. This is the actual research, the studies, and you can click on the various links. The research into the effects of treating COVID with ivermectin, treatment with vitamin D, treatment with vitamin C, treatment with zinc. I mean, all these different things, hydroxychloroquine, the whole list. There's hundreds of studies going on all over the planet. But when it comes to ivermectin, 63 trials, 613 scientists, 26,398 patients, 31 randomized controlled trials, in 14 separate prophylaxis trials, taking the drug to prevent coming down with COVID. 86% improvement, people. 27 early treatment trials, in other words, first signs of COVID, begin taking this. And not only this, you can combine the ivermectin with your zinc and your vitamin D and your thiamine. 72% improvement. Those who have got further down the line, late treatment, 40% improvement in 22 late treatment trials. Mortality results, 25 mortality results, a 58% improvement in mortality results. Also a 58% improvement in 31 randomized controlled trials. There are then links to each and every one of those 63 separate trials from all over the world. Yeah, from India to Israel to Greece. And I've not gone through them all, but I've read one after another. It shows how much of a difference this particular drug makes. This past day, Little Rock, Arkansas, inmates at Northwest Arkansas Jail have been prescribed ivermectin to combat COVID-19. Washington County Sheriff confirming Tuesday night the jail's health provider has been prescribing the drug, but did not say how many inmates had been given the drug. Ivermectin has been used on both people and animals for parasitic worms and head lice and skin conditions for years and years. 2015, ivermectin won the Nobel Prize. It is a safe, low-cost, effective drug. But the FDA has not approved the use of treating or preventing COVID in humans. Why? Why not? Doctors who are doing their research are seeing the truth that, hey, this stuff makes a damn big difference. 86% improvement in preventing coming down with COVID. But I digress. I'll share the link to this so you can yourself go through and check out some of these studies. Take a look. Meanwhile, all right, let me get back to the call. Chevy Guy's hanging in there. Hello, Chevy Guy.
Yeah, guys more intelligent than me. Callers more intelligent than me have pretty well covered everything I was going to talk about. Monkey Gouger covered I got up this morning, sitting there, or last night, 11:15. I'm sitting there sipping on my coffee, and on the news comes Supreme Court decides, stay in Mexico policy must be reinstated. Hey boys, thanks a lot. It's like 1 million infected people have already crossed our border before you finally decided to do something or act to protect the American people. Thanks a lot, Supreme Court. You're not all that supreme in my book. All right, horse feathers. He covered the other thing. It's more than just my granddaughter, because you got my granddaughter in Germany. You got my granddaughter who's in the National Guard in West Virginia. And I imagine the other granddaughter that's probably is going to college, and they're all going to be forced to take these drugs. But back to the military. Of course, we know they would never give us any. Hey, when I went through boot camp, and every time we'd get underway on a deployment, shot after shot after shot. Who knows what they put in? Well, I'll tell you what, we know that our government would definitely take care of our military, excuse me. Let's not mention Agent Orange, down here in over here in Georgia, they sprayed these soldiers in 63, 64, 65 with Agent Orange, killing the foliage and checking the soldiers to make sure they were okay. Well, guess what? They're not okay now. I mean, years later, they're all suffering from the effects of the Agent Orange. And they're fighting to get wartime benefits because it happened before Vietnam was in full swing. Meanwhile, both my sons and my daughter, their father was in '68 was in Vietnam. PTSD wasn't dealt with, but yeah, he was covered with stuff. And he died by the effects of Agent Orange. And it just, I think, he was on his deathbed before they were finally taking care of him over the situation. They've been fighting for it forever. Of course, the government wouldn't do anything that would affect your life down range. They're looking after us. Me, myself, and the Navy, I rolled in asbestos. I mean, on a ship, old destroyer that was commissioned in 1957. So I rolled around in that asbestos working in 77, 78. 79 was the first time I ever heard anything about asbestos. Well, I've got a spot on my lung. The VA claims I've got COPD. I don't know if I do or not. Heavy sinus trouble, yeah, but of course they the Navy would never put me in a position that would affect me downrange. Hey, it was nice to have that asbestos around them steam lines in that engine room because it was like 110, 120 degrees when we were deployed in the Middle East. And, hey, it was nice to have at the time. Protected me at the time, just like Agent Orange helped protect the soldiers here in the field by clearing out the foliage. So I guess now, what's to say that my granddaughters won't have to deal with the health effects, or God forbid, Down syndrome babies, autism, you name it. The human body is just a fine-tuned machine, and nobody can give you an answer on what this will do downrange. And that's, horse feathers is right. I'm fit to be tied. They're sweet talking that. We're gonna give a direct order, and then you've got a religious or whatever health issues. Yeah, they're gonna listen to you, and then they're gonna send you in there and they're gonna counsel you. No, they're gonna charge you with disobeying a direct order is what they're gonna do. They can soft you it all they want. So boom, So enough with all that. Just a warning, just a thought. A driver of ours 2 days ago, flatbed, fully loaded with lumber, and he was cruising down the road, 2-lane road, at 4 in the morning. Now this is the question: what's a 17-year-old doing at 4 in the morning? And he tries to pass our truck on that 2-lane road, gets off on the berm on the left-hand side, pops it up, comes around, hits our driver on the fuel tank. He was talking to a friend that was ahead of him in the another company driver, and all he heard was "ouch," and he heard tires squealing, and then the phone went dead. That little Charger actually shoved our truck off the road and into a deep ravine. So, guys, be careful. Just because they're little doesn't mean they can't get us. And other than that, I'm going to sit back and copy the mail, and I appreciate everybody out there.
Thank you much, Chevy guy. Copy the mail. About 9 before the hour. All right, Grump, you're next. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are. dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back to the phones we go. There's, thanks for hanging in there. What's going on this morning, Grump?
What's up, Steve?
How you been?
I've been pretty good. I got let me respond to Chevy guy real quick over this vaccine in the military. Just welcome to the military. You know, he had shots that he probably had no idea what the hell was in there. I had shots that I had no idea what was in there. And you know, they've been mandating things for forever, you know, like yellow fever, so many other vaccines that you have to have. I mean, if you're going to be in the military, they're going to load your arms up, your ass up, or whatever. They don't care. And it's, you know, they don't make any issue with the fact that when you sign up in the military, that your body belongs to the government. You know, I had a guy that punched a wall one time, drinking, punched a wall, broke his damn arm. So I had to march his ass down to the first sergeant. You know, after he went to the hospital, got it set, had to go to the first sergeant, and then into the squadron section commander, and you know, they charged him with an Article 15 for destruction of government property, and slapped him with a, you know, disobeying lawful order, just a whole sack full of stupid stuff. And you know, from just, you know, a kid drinking and losing his temper and punching a wall. And so this is the world we live in. It's always been like that. So it's, you know, just take a deep breath and realize that, hey, you know, when you sign that on that dotted line, there is absolutely no telling what they're going to stick in you. Now, as far as the Supreme Court, he commented on the Supreme Court. Thanks for the Supreme Court. Thanks for nothing. The Supreme Court cannot intervene in anything until
it has to make it to him, right? It took this long to make it to the Supreme Court, correct?
Right. It has to come to the Supreme Court under a writ, under a challenge through the appeals court. All right, this went in front of the Fifth Court of Appeals, and they were the actual ones that upheld the stay in Mexico that come from a federal judge out of Texas. And the Biden administration decided to challenge that and take it up in front of the Supreme Court. What the Supreme Court said was, we're not going to hear it. You know, it was 6-3 that, you know, we're going to send it back down to the appeals court. So the appeals court was the one that did this. Now, anybody, I know Missouri was on that. Anybody can file, you know, can attach themselves to that lawsuit. You know, as a friend of a court, an amicus brief, they can attach themselves to that if what the government is doing or what anybody's doing is doing harm to them also. So the Supreme Court is there for no other reason than to interpret the Constitution and to enforce, you know, that interpretation of the Constitution. Now, you have the same three justices that act like jackasses every damn time. You know, Kagan, you know, once in a while she does something that's, you know, kind of borderline smart, but Sotomayor and Breyer, you know, here's three liberal justices that knows damn well that the Immigration Act of 1910 has been reaffirmed 17 times over the course of its, you know, what it's been, and it's been upgraded. But yet there's that portion of the Supreme Court that chooses to ignore the fact that you have illegals pouring across the damn border. And like I told you last night, that Steve, it's clear in there. If they at any time become a charge of the people, and that's the wording, a charge of the people, then their ass gets deported. You know, you cannot come up to this country, walk across the border penniless, and expect the American taxpayer to support you. But yet, for years and years and years, these feckless idiot presidents has allowed that to happen. And I don't give a damn whether it's a Democrat or a Republican president that's sitting in office. They have allowed that to happen. And until you get congressmen and senators and people like that, and that's going to file suit and actually get this rectified, you know, some kind of a situation rectified, this is what we're going to be up against. It's going to be a never-ending process, you know, where it's going to have to go in one of these days. It's going to have to go in front of the Supreme Court. Well, what do you keep hearing? You know, we need to have comprehensive immigration. No, we need to have the damn laws enforced that's already on the books. That's as close to comprehensive immigration as we need right there. But they're always wanting to rewrite something to where somebody's going to get a portion of amnesty, and somebody else is going to get free labor, and somebody else is going to get, you know, more people in their districts and things like that. That's their view of comprehensive immigration. But if the damn government would follow the Constitution, follow the laws that's already on the books, we wouldn't have this immigration problem. People would do it the right way. I mean, they can expand the immigration. You know, I think they got like 1.2 million people they'd allow in here legally every year. They could expand that out to meet farmers' goals and you know, and the needs of migrant workers and things like that, you know, to coming across the border. And that's the way it used to be. Farms used to go to the border, pick up you know, and they would provide the transportation to the farms and then take them back. And even the immigrants were happy with that. I mean, that's the way it was. It just, you know, they liked the fact that they had a job every year. They made enough money to support them the whole time that they were back in their home country. But all that changed. That changed when people decided, well, hell, let's let them do some roofing. Let's let them, you know, let's bring them up here and well, look at trucking right now, Steve. This is a prime example. These idiots are allowing major trucking companies to, just because they got empty trucks, they automatically got a driver shortage. Well, maybe they just bought too damn many trucks. Well, they're sitting here telling us now that, you know, we need more immigrants in here driving trucks. Why? You know, when you got the CVSA standing there going, well, hell, you know, English is not something that should be a requirement for getting a CDL. Well, by God, I beg to differ. When they can't read a sign and they're running in the back of minivans killing, you know, a mess of people because they couldn't read that sign that said, you know, wreck ahead or you know, slow traffic or whatever. Yeah, we got a problem with that. But if you look at the ATA right now, every damn time you turn around, they are encouraging these major trucking companies to talk to immigration attorneys in order to bring in people. Now, they're not offering the same deal to the Americans, you know, where they come up here and they work for 6 months, we'll provide your airfare home and things like that. Maybe if they treated damn drivers with a little bit more respect instead of a number. But this is what they want to bring up here. You know, they want more immigrants in the trucking industry. They want that temporary thing because when things slow down, they can send their ass back home and say, hey, you know, we'll fill out that H-2B the next time we need help up here. All right. No. Until then, you know, this is what we're up against. But
well, correct me if I'm wrong, Grump. When these people come in from other countries, you can pay them what would not be anything close to a fair wage for a truck driver in this country. But to them, coming from a country where the trucking job may pay 25% of what they're going to make here, they think that they're hitting it rich. They're happy to do the job, but it's cheap labor. But hold that thought. We got to get our news update, top of the hour. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken says that about 1,000 American citizens may still need to be evacuated from Afghanistan as the deadline for the withdrawal of U.S. forces from that country gets closer. Acting Ambassador to Afghanistan, Ross Wilson, says that the U.S.'s commitment to that country does not end on August 31st. He also tells CBS News that he believes there will still be attempts to get American citizens out of Afghanistan after the deadline.
We believe that there will be possibilities for Americans to be able to get out of this country. That's been part of the nascent conversations, many of which have taken place in Doha. with the Taliban about potential ways forward. We'll have to see how that works out, but America's commitment to American citizens in particular, to our staff, to those who served our country, that isn't going to end.
This is USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA. Or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special. And the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Those on Social Security will see a large cost of living raise next year, but will it really be much of a raise? Tim Berg has more.
The Social Security cost of living adjustment for 2022 potentially will be the biggest in 40 years. Estimates indicate the annual boost could be 6.2%, prompted by rising inflation. But rising prices on grocery store shelves and at gasoline pumps aren't the only reason why those bigger monthly benefit checks will likely not go far. Social Security's cost of living adjustment is calculated each year using the Consumer Price Index for urban wage earners and clerical workers. The calculation for 2022 will be based on data through the third quarter. Moreover, two other items, Medicare Part B premiums and taxes, would likely reduce the value of that increase for many, according to research from the Center for Retirement Research. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Bingo lovers, you have to try Bingo Treasure, the bingo game you play anywhere. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com from your smartphone, your tablet, or your computer and play Bingo Treasure for free. Play one card, play more. Work your way through the maze of bingo fun. Bingo Treasure is bingo at the next level. Go right now to BingoRadioUSA.com for your free account and free play. Join the bingo revolution. It's free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com.
Radio bingo's in the house. Amid the chaos and confusion at the airport in Afghanistan, life goes on. John Clemens explains.
So far, 3 babies have been born as their parents sought freedom from the Taliban in Afghanistan. During a briefing at the Pentagon, Air Force General Todd D. Walters spoke about a special one.
We've had further conversations with the mom and the dad of the baby that was born on the C-17 inbound to Ramstein. They named the little girl Reach. And they did so because the call sign of the C-17 aircraft that flew them from Qatar to Ramstein was Reach. That child's name will forever be Reach. And as you can well imagine, being an Air Force fighter pilot, it's my dream to watch that young child called Reach grow up and be a U.S. citizen and fly United States Air Force fighters in our Air Force. Over.
From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, I'm John Clemens.
And a Michigan man who pled guilty to federal charges in a plot to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer has been sentenced to more than 6 years in prison. Ty Garbin is the first of more than a dozen people facing federal charges in the case to be sentenced. 5 of those men face trial in October. In his ruling, the judge said he sentenced Garbin to less than the federal guideline of 17.5 years because of Garbin's cooperation with the investigation of the plot and concrete actions he's taken to take responsibility for his actions. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you. Welcome back. Another hour underway. All right, let me get back and finish up with Grump first here. As we roll on into a Thursday. Thanks for hanging in there, Grump. Welcome back.
You bet. But, you know, the government has done every damn thing humanly possible to change the landscape of what of how trucks, you know, the truck driver themselves. You know, when you look at the fact that, you know, there was a landline report, I don't know, it's 10, 11 years ago that said 47% of the freight coming, I think it was landline, coming out of California, the you know, produce coming out of California was on trucks of individuals born outside the United States. That's the damn truth. You know, look at Barack Obama, that moron come into office, you know, and here, you know, he was a good friend of the ATA, of course, and a lot of them were pushing for this. They you know, they wanted better choices in drivers. You know, they want to control who's sitting in the seat. Yeah, they want to control that, but they want people that can fill these temporary spots. And trucking, if you ever, you know, it's nothing more than freight lanes. What's moving here? What's moving there? You know, let's fill this void up. All right, that's fine. But when you look at it seems to me like they could have done something different to lure more American drivers in here. More of these young guys are that's willing to make this out of a career that can think of it as serious. But no, hell no, they want these guys that's going to come over here for 189 days or 179 days. And then, you know, when things get bad, let's send their ass back, fill out the visa again, and come back, you know, when things pick up. You know, we'll bring them back over here. Well, that's what they're alluding to. And when you look at the brokerages right now, Steve, that are you know, having trucking companies also, but they're having this lease purchase program. Well, hell, all that fell under Barack Obama. You know, it used to be if you come into the United States and you had a business, you know, you wanted to open a business up in the United States, you had to have $1 million worth of securities, and you had to hire, you know, a certain amount of American to employ in that business. Well, he's, you know, swept all that under the rug, and trucks were a fine example. You know, let's drop it down to 50,000, and you don't have to hire a damn soul except your sorry ass sitting in the seat. So come on, you know. So here they was buying every kind of junk truck they could find, you know, getting an MCC number, putting it on the road. Well, we're seeing that now. I mean, they've long lived past their visas. You know, many of them are on extended work visas where they just, you know, keep, you know, reapplying, and everything's fine if they even do that. But it's kind of crazy. I need to mention something about this Afghanistan thing going on. You know, we're seeing a flood of immigrants coming in this country. All right, now what pisses me about this whole immigrant thing, you know, even these refugees and stuff, you'll see them coming in here. Do you see them flying American flags? Hell no, they're holding up Afghanistan flags and stuff like that, saying, you know, trying to identify who they are. This is the problem, Steve, that's happened over so many years, is our government has allowed these people to come into this country without assimilating one damn bit. Yep. Our schools have to make amends and have to, you know, hire extra people just to cater to these immigrants, where our kids are getting left behind. All right, they're coming into jobs and things like that. You know, they're wanting to speak English. That's something that's swept up underneath the damn rug. No, why would they want to do that when they keep their native tongue and we have to make amends to them? We have to bend over for them. You know, why fly the American flag when theirs is just as good? That's the problem with this country right now, is we see these people coming in from all walks of life, from everywhere all over the damn globe, and not a damn one of them. All they want's a paycheck or something so they can send it back home, you know, and look good there, but yet they don't have any intentions on ever assimilating to become an American. This used to be the place where, it's a melting pot. And it also used to be the place where people come here for a dream, that they were going to make it big. They wanted something different. They wanted to be that American, and I remember, hauling freight out to a place out in California. I was out there picking some stuff up, and a Mexican guy was out there, he fell under the Reagan amnesty, made every one of his kids join the military, every damn one of them. He said, you're going to give back. When a country opens their arms up and brings you in the way that happened to them, he said they wanted them to give back. Every one of them boys out there, he had 5 boys served in the Marines. I mean, they flag waving people, more patriotic than anybody I ever seen in my life. But yet these people that's coming over here right now, do you think they honestly give a rat's ass? They're just so happy to be out of that mess from the Taliban and places like that. Well, if I lived in a country where 75,000 idiots wearing dirty bathrobes is going to come up and say, you're going to walk my damn tune, there's going to be one short because I'm going to shoot the son of a bitch. Now, I don't know about the rest of these damn people, but why don't they stand up and fight for their countries? You do not see it. They would rather come over here and bitch about the things that are over there, but yet they want to fuck us at every freaking turn, saying, I have no intentions on assimilating here, because it's just who I am. I'm not going to forget my roots. Well, hell, nobody's asking you to forget your damn roots. But what we would like is to keep the freedoms that we enjoy here in the United States, and by God, once in a while, stand up for them. But anyway, that's my bitch for the night. So have a good night, and I'll talk to you later, buddy.
All right. Thanks for the rant, Grump. Good to have you with us. Well, how much reliance do we have on Mexico? Not Mexico, China, rather. We know it's way too much. And a story out of Lexington, Michigan. I kind of wonder if it's going on there. It's probably going on in other places around the country as well. The discovery that a Michigan town's drinking water treatment plant has been adding China-made fluoride to the water supply for years has come to light, and, undoubtedly many residents are upset. One longtime restaurant owner says it's absurd. It's not good at all. Buying our drinking water treatment chemicals from a communist nation that's our enemy? I'm surprised any municipality would buy fluoride for their drinking water from China. Our country needs to know this is happening. Lexington Village Utilities, the director there, said the water plant's been using Chinese fluoride for years. We haven't had any problems. Fluoride, the chemical they add to help reduce tooth decay. The Lexington water plant supplies drinking water to village residents in several neighboring communities. And just under 3,000 customers, they say. One downtown apparel shop owner said he had no idea Chinese-made fluoride was being added to the water. And when he found out, it said, it gives me cause for concern. It's scary. I can't help but think of what if. One former water plant employee says, while I was working there, I saw the Chinese fluoride in 50-pound plastic bags stacked on the floor. I was kind of surprised and appalled at the same time. It's wrong. I'm not comfortable with Chinese-made fluoride. Surely we've got American products we can use. Buying American is the way we solve problems. If there's an alternative, they should buy it. One village resident whose community plans to buy their drinking water from Lexington said, this undoubtedly makes us kind of uneasy. I mean, think about it. Remember a few years ago how baby formula was being supplemented with melamine in China itself. We're way too dependent on China. We can't even buy a surgical mask made here anymore. Remember in 2008 when Chinese-made baby formula products were found to have been purposefully tainted with melamine? The additive boosted the nitrogen content of diluted milk that made it appear to have a higher protein content. I mean, there were nearly 300,000 victims, nearly 60,000 hospitalized, 6 babies died of kidney stones and kidney damage. I mean, they've got a record of tainted pet food, selling us toys, colored with lead-based paints. And you can go down the list, with toothpaste issues, drywall issues. Why would you be wanting to add something to your drinking water coming out of China? I understand their concerns. I don't blame them one little bit. Quick 2-minute timeout, then back to your calls. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Yes, indeed it is. And good to have you with us. Going into a Thursday, 26th day of August. And let's get back to the calls. What's going on, Big Moose?
Oh, not a whole lot of nothing. Getting ready to go gallivant around the Hoosier State. I talked to Mary this morning, and I guess old Possum's doing all right. They think he might still have a little touch of infection, so they're going to give him some more antibiotics and keep an eye on him. But he's planning on coming out of there tomorrow about 2:00. I talked to him there tonight, and he was feeling a lot better.
Ah, good.
I told him, I said, he's the only guy I know in recorded history that was so full of crap that the pipe bust inside. No, he's all right, and I got that situation handled with the office trailer. So thanks to everybody who chimed in on that. We got that taken care of.
I was going to ask you about that because I don't think I got Northern Kentucky Hillbilly's number, and he said he could take care of it, but I forgot to give you his number yesterday.
Yeah. I talked to, what I did, I went over to the auction house, and I pulled it off the auction house, and I took it over to a buddy of mine's place. He got a place about 3 miles from here, and I parked it in the driveway, and Sean's going to take care of it for me when he gets back from vacation, so I think that's the way we're going to do it.
Okay.
But that'll give me time to make sure that the check clears and make sure that the guy who's getting it, make sure his money's good. You know what I mean?
I hear you.
My hypocrisy has found its limitations of late. I'm not feeling very generous as far as donating any more money, especially by proxy, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, well, and then all this deal, you know, I tell you what, everything is happening now. Everybody ranting and raving about these foreigners, and the borders is open, and the Afghanis and the Taliban and everything else. And here's what it boils down to, folks. If you give the fox the keys to the hen house, don't be surprised if all hell breaks loose. And that's exactly what we've done. We've given the fox the keys to the hen house. And that's what happens, you know. Everybody knows how them people operate. We've known it for years. And give them an inch, they'll take a mile. And that's exactly what they've done. It wasn't no surprise to me. I could about told you, I could about read it out as a play-by-play the moment they said Joe Biden is president-elect. You know, none of this surprises me at all. Democrats for years have flourished on creating war. Okay? There ain't no secret to that. We never would have went to Vietnam if they hadn't parted old Kennedy's hair in downtown Dallas, and that's a fact. You know? And them people thrive on war and corruption, and when you give the fox the keys to the hen house, you better sit back and watch the feathers fly, and that's exactly what's happening. And I'm not going to get uptight about it no more, because you know what? There ain't a damn thing you can do about it. You know, one guy's opinion just don't matter no more, you know, and one guy's vote don't matter no more either, because you know, as soon as you get a couple of guys voting, they just send a U-Haul truck full of mail-in ballots in and fix the election. If you don't believe that, just take a look back about 8 months ago and you see how they do that. But anyway, I'm going to get off of here. I'm going to put my 10 in the wind, let it all hang out again, keep it between the spotted and the solid and sunny side up and all that jazz, and we'll be 10-10 till we do it again sometime, somewhere.
All right. Thank you for checking in. Be safe out there. About 25 past the hour. Are you with us, Eagle? Good morning.
Yeah, I'm still wide awake. You know, I got something to say with all these events that's taking place, Steve. I got something to say, man. I'm very disappointing with the turn of events, what's going on right now. But you know something? What really appalled me is these. I don't know if I can use this word on the radio. You tell me if I'm wrong or not. If I call these people camel jockeys, can I use that? Can I use that word?
Sure. Go ahead.
Well, these individuals, Steve, this is the most embarrassing thing I've seen, definitely in my lifetime. I'm not going to go back into what happened in other areas, the 20s, the 30s, 40s. I wasn't even born, so I'm not going to speak on what happened back then. I'm speaking on this year right here. And this is the most embarrassing thing I've ever seen in my life, Steve. You know, at this point, Steve, I heard a guy say today, if I was a military guy, I think I'd make sure I got on that airplane at the way Joe Biden going. He might lead the military in Afghanistan. He already don't left the Americans, and then he left the Afghan people that helped the U.S. It wouldn't shock me if he left the military over there. At this point, this is terrible. What's going on, man? What this guy is doing. He's basically the Taliban. You know how I am, Steve. With my person, I have the same personality as another man, and I wish the Taliban would tell me. If I was president, I wish they'd tell me I had to lead the country, because I promise you it'd be a different outcome. The Taliban, they'd only have to tell me one time, and then I would show them who they'd be the ones that ended up leaving the country when it was all said and done. because you can't let these people bogart you like this, Steve. The Taliban, they already killing people. They're not even waiting for the United States to leave. They said that they the new improved Taliban, and that they gonna let women do their thing, let women work, let women go to school, let them live a normal. They ain't not gonna let nobody do nothing. They already got a list of people, of all the people that they gonna round up as soon as the U.S. leaves town, and they gonna start eliminating those people one by one. As soon as that last airplane leaves that airport, those people are in big trouble, real big trouble, because the Taliban ain't gonna show them no mercy whatsoever. And you know, it all could have been avoided. It all could have been avoided. But you know something, Steve? I really believe this now. I talked to some other people. I think we got a compromise. I think we got a compromise, man, in the White House right now. This guy Joe Biden, he's not that dumb, Steve. He's made way too many mistakes since in the 8 months he's been in the White House. Nobody is that dumb, and everything he has done has been to destroy the United States. All them so-called mistakes he made has been nothing but. So this has all been done for a reason and a purpose. And you know, they gave it away today, Steve. Finally, by anybody that's been saying, well, you don't know this about Biden, you don't know this and that. Well, they gave themselves away today that they're in control of Joe Biden. Because everybody clearly seen it, and I've seen it on another radio show. When they was holding the press conference, one of the news reporters asked Joe Biden a question, and never have I heard the microphone of a president of the United States being cut off. Joe Biden was talking about, I forgot what the question was. The man asked him, as Joe Biden was speaking, somebody shut his microphone off, and he stopped talking. He got up from the table and walked off. Never have I seen a president been disrespected like that. So
he was shut down, huh?
Yeah, they shut him down. Yeah, you go back and look for the video and check it out. It's all over the internet. They shut Joe Biden down. That's the reason why he doesn't take any questions, because it's obvious that he has to have pre-written. He has to read off a teleprompter, and they don't know what this man is going to say. So they just shut his whole thing down and don't even allow him to talk right now. This is a serious situation, Steve. And Kamala, she is the next step, and she's a complete embarrassment. You haven't heard her say anything about the situation with Afghanistan, and she ain't gonna say nothing because she doesn't know what to say. She shouldn't have got the job to begin with, and I told people that they shouldn't have put her in there, and that Biden should have picked somebody else. All the people he could have picked, he had to pick her, and he made one of the worst mistakes he ever made in his life when he decided to have her as his vice president. And so, like I told you a couple of weeks ago, that position is vacant, Steve. We don't have a vice president as far as I'm concerned. That's a vacant position right now. Yeah, but here's the deal, Steve. Right now, we got people. I understand now. I don't know if you said anything, but they got a group of. Now, who does this for you? Who would want to go to Afghanistan for a summer vacation? They got a group of high school kids that actually were dumb enough to go to Afghanistan. They were from California, and they went, and now they stuck in Afghanistan, and they don't know how the hell they gonna get out. And from what I'm understanding, Steve, the military is already, Joe Biden is already loading up some of these military people. They said the cutoff date was next Tuesday. So from what I'm understanding now, Friday is going to be the cutoff date, this coming Friday. If you're not on the airplane heading out of Afghanistan on Friday night, Friday afternoon, I got bad news for you. Out of luck, my friend. And how Joe Biden can do what he's doing and get away with it makes no sense, Steve. Donald Trump, anybody that want to hear, go back and listen to what Donald Trump said at his rally in Alabama just last Sunday, and listen to what he had to say, and you'll see what should have really happened. And I'm willing to bet anybody who calls your show tonight, Steve, I don't care who it is, anybody who calls in, if Donald Trump was the president right now, I promise you that the Taliban wouldn't be in control of Afghanistan. They would be blown to bits and pieces right now. If they made the same move against Donald Trump, the Taliban wouldn't exist right now. So all you Joe Biden fans out there, you got exactly what you wanted. And like I said, they took over Afghanistan. If you keep Joe Biden in the White House, they might take over the United States. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, he's right. I had that story about who in the hell would say, hey, where would you like to go for summer vacation? Hey, Afghanistan. Yeah, I bet that's a really cool place. Let's go spend our summer vacation in Afghanistan. But there's 20 American students and 16 parents stuck over there now. They went on summer vacation. We'll give you the rest of that story coming up here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Drug maker Pfizer has asked the Food and Drug Administration for a full approval for a booster dose of its COVID vaccine. The company says its data shows that people who receive a booster shot 5 to 8 months after their second dose had antibody levels 3 times higher than those seen after the 2-shot regimen. The White House has said it plans on offering a third dose of vaccine starting on September 20th, recommending people get it 8 months after their second shot. And crews in California are battling another large wildfire as it advances towards Lake Tahoe. The Calder fire has burned over 197 square miles since starting on August 14th and is 11% contained. The blaze has destroyed 461 homes and another 11 commercial buildings so far, with authorities saying that it is on the doorstep of the Lake Tahoe Basin. Crews are working to contain the flames that are now about 20 miles to the southwest of Lake Tahoe. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Do you have a home that you don't want anymore? We can buy it from you within 24 hours. Any home, size, or condition. For over 20 years, we've been buying homes for cash and helping homeowners sell their homes immediately, with no listings or strangers walking through your home. Are you moving? Did you lose your job? Going through a divorce? Whatever the reason, if you're in a bind and you know that you need to sell your house fast, call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. We'll make you a serious cash offer to buy your home in 24 hours and let you walk away from it. No listing, no waiting. Sell any home, any size, any condition, now. Call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. Make this free call now.
800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. That's 800-478-6084.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, welcome back. Thank you much. Yep. 20 students, 16 parents. Stranded in Afghanistan. Unable to reach the extraction point. As they conclude their summer vacation. What a brilliant idea that was. Cajon Valley School Board president tells the LA Times the stranded group had purchased flights out of Afghanistan before the beginning of the school year. On August 17th, not able to leave the country because of the deadly withdrawal operation. Unfortunately, they were not able to get to the airport. The biggest concern is the Taliban closed the airport. We're so worried about our students that are stuck there. We'll do our best to get them out. What are you going to do from California, right? Cajon Valley superintendent notified the families that he'd be meeting with Representative Darrell Issa, the congressman's spokesperson, confirming that the group of Americans is stranded. Congressman Issa and his staff are working diligently to determine the facts on the ground, any bureaucratic barriers that might be removed, the best way to help the stranded leave and return home safely. We won't stop until we have answers and action. Now, they're trapped because the Taliban so quickly took over the country. Biden, he thought possible. It's not going to happen. Not so soon, no. Breitbart News reported that other Americans are stranded as well. I'm trying to get my family out of here. An American spoke to Fox News. They don't deserve this, to stay in Afghanistan, to deal with the Taliban. Everybody needs to get out of here as soon as possible. We don't have safety anymore. Another report reveals more than 1,000 Americans are trapped at the American University of Afghanistan. It's been able to get about 50 people out. They need to get another 1,200 more out. These have been and will continue to be Taliban targets. The university has had difficulty getting help in evacuating its people. Meanwhile, the Taliban enforced withdrawal deadline is counting down. Yesterday, the Pentagon confirmed only 4,400 have been extracted. An unknown amount of citizens are stuck behind enemy lines. Just last week, the White House suggested about 11,000 Americans were in the country. So, when you're hearing 1,000, do they know? Is it 2,000? Is it 5,000? How many are actually stuck? Because it's not just those that are right there in and around Kabul. They can't even get out. There's a rainbow in the dark cloud, they tell us, as one of the countries, Afghanistan's first female mayors, was able to escape the Taliban's clutches. Last week, we heard the story of the 27-year-old Zarifa Ghaffari, the woman who has survived 3 attempts on her life by the terror group. Sadly, her father was not so fortunate. knowing she probably would not survive the Taliban takeover. Learning that she's managed to get out of the country against all odds is quite a relief. According to ITV, she made her escape from Afghanistan by hiding in the footwell of a car, with her husband using a bag to conceal her head as they passed through Taliban checkpoints. Obviously, she said, I was really, really, really scared. She knows she's in the Taliban's crosshairs. They would have killed her if she had not escaped. After Kabul fell, she said she could do nothing more but wait for them to come kill her. I'm sitting here waiting for them to come. There's no help from me or my family. I'm just sitting here. And they'll come for me and they'll kill me. All right. She remains concerned that Joe Biden and Boris Johnson might cut and run from Afghanistan. She fears a grim reality is in store for the people left behind once the U.S. and U.K. are fully withdrawn. She offered a heart-wrenching message to both leaders. My blood is not different than yours, she says. For now, it's about the safety of a generation. It's about the rights of a generation, of a nation. She longs to return to her homeland, even amid her hopelessness for the country's future. I miss Afghanistan, she says. I really miss my office. I miss those women who were coming to me. I miss those children who were coming to me, talking to me. I miss the noise of Kabul, where she had spent time in her office working toward cleaning up her city, improving the infrastructure. She had been the source of inspiration for women and girls who may not have the opportunity to receive an education, let alone hold public office. Yeah, that's all pretty much coming to an end right now. The tears in my eyes, not because I'm weak, it's not because I'm giving up. It's because of the emotions and the feelings I have for my country. I really wish I could return as soon as possible. We know who's to blame for this. The British know who's to blame. The French know as well. People like her are the ones that are paying for this botched withdrawal. All right, meanwhile, back to your calls here. It is, what's going on this morning, Big Sexy?
Sitting here getting madder by the minute.
Oh.
Yeah, I haven't even gotten started yet. Got a text while ago saying that the paper will be here about 4:30.
4:30? What are the press is running behind or broke down or what?
I don't know what the problem is over in Kentucky. Problem is I've got all these post offices had deadlines. There's no way I'm gonna get half of them done on time. But I mean that's their problem, not mine. They know what's going on.
So people are going to get their newspaper a day late, I guess, in many cases.
Possibly. I've got one post office, the town I live in. Their deadline is 6 o'clock to have it there. Of course, I can get it there. I have to run to them. So that'd be one of the first two I run to get it there by 6. But the rest of them, about half of them get it on time. I'll have about 3 or 4 post offices that won't get them on time. But did you get that email I sent you?
I believe so. I mean, I get a bunch of emails. And which one was it in regards
about
to?
The drug I was talking about earlier, what is it? The
ivermectin?
Yeah. Or a jail here in Arkansas is prescribing it to the inmate?
Yeah, I shared that story. I sure did, yes.
I didn't get to hear all that. I was listening earlier, and I caught where you was talking about that, but I didn't hear where you shared that story.
Yep.
I didn't know if you got that email or not.
Sure did.
And on this, that spending bill, they're trying to at 3-point-something trillion. I've seen where I think it was Mike Huckabee said that an Arizona senator, Kristen Sinema or whatever, is not going to she ain't gonna go for it. She said she's gonna vote against it. So that'll kill them pushing it through with a 51 vote margin in the Senate if she sticks with that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I didn't know if you got that email or not. I heard you talking about all that. I thought I'd call in and mention that because I heard you talking about your doctor wouldn't give it to you. I think it's about time to find another doctor. I did find out that, I told you about my sister had got the first time around, she got it and got real bad sick, and then she got the vaccine and she got it again.
Mm-hmm.
That was one of the drugs her doctor did give her.
Is that right?
And all she come down with was a sore throat and fever for a while. And she's already better now.
Yeah, that's what I was.
And that was one of
trying to get that through to my damn doctor. I mean, because if you follow the guidelines of the status quo of the mainstream media and the FDA and the Fauci types, they're all about no, don't take that. But if you look at the research and all the studies, it's got incredible benefits.
She's an RN. She's going to school to become a nurse practitioner, and her doctor, when she mentioned it to him, he gave her a prescription right away for it, and she told me Saturday that's what she had took, and it didn't take her no time. She's over it. She's good to go.
Yep.
They come by here Saturday, and she told me that, but I heard you talking about that, and I'm going to mention that. Well, I'm going to back out here and try to calm down before I finally take the trip to go get the papers. I ain't even left the house yet. So
wow.
I'll be running on up into the daylight today. I'll be listening to probably the whole after show again.
Oh, boy. Well, good times. Well, thanks for checking in, Big Sexy. That's 2 nights in a row they're running behind at the presses there. Yeah, what's the deal? Right, he mentioned the big infrastructure bill. Yeah, of course, there are implications to the trucking industry in this as well. The House of Representatives Tuesday voted to advance the blueprint of the $3.5 trillion budget resolution and committed to a September 27th deadline to vote on the already Senate-approved infrastructure bill. Passing the key procedural motion on a vote of 220 to 212, making passage of the Senate's version of the highway bill possible before the current surface reauthorization bill expires at the end of September. Democrats said they hope to finish working on a spending bill by October 1st. Of course, OOIDA said they will use the process as an opportunity to try to get dedicated funding to address the truck parking crisis. The vote now sets the stage for what they call the reconciliation process to begin in the House and the Senate. This is another opportunity for Congress to include dedicated funding to expand truck parking capacity. While a $3.5 trillion spending package is certainly excessive, we're not leaving any stone unturned in getting funding for parking this year. Now, Tuesday's vote also makes it likely the Senate version of the highway bill will be enacted before the FAST Act expires on September 30th. All right, about 9 before the hour. And we'll get back to your calls coming up here. Several lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, what do you say? Let's jump on up back to the calls here at 844-3388. Well, good morning, Philip.
Morning, bud. How you doing?
Doing well. What's happening in the Sunshine State?
There ain't no damn sunshine right now, man. I'll tell you what. My eyes are recovering. I just went through a damn lightning storm. I feel like I got welder's flash wood. I've been so close to it. It's been everywhere down here. I seen one bolt hit a damn school's flagpole in Deltona right as I was leaving. Oh, my God, man. My freaking eyes are hurting like crazy right now. But it's raining down here. It's nasty. It's storming. You got availability to a radar there, bud?
I sure do.
How's it looking down around Orlando?
Yeah, let me zoom in here. Yeah, there's several areas. Yeah. It's rain, brother, rain.
I know when I left the house, it was bad. And the further I got into it, the more damn lightning man, that lightning was popping everywhere. I mean, it's bad. And storming on top of it. Got out of the heavy rain when I got over to St. Johns River over there by Sanford. But it's lightened up down here right now. It's kind of light and drizzly in Orlando. I'm in the middle of Orlando right now, but that was nasty.
Yeah, the thunderstorms, like the red and yellows are from Daytona Beach to Deltona, down toward Orlando. Yeah, it's just the green, and then you got more of the heavier rain back all the way over to Dade City, Bushnell, so Winter Haven.
Yeah, they say we're going to be in it till about 7 or 8 this morning. It's going to be a fun time bringing that electric train out and this stuff, I'll tell you. But anyway.
It's kind of weird. It's all moving from east to west. It's crossing the state from east to west.
That's what I saw, too. It kind of reminds me of a damn hurricane, the way it's coming in around that.
Yeah.
It's like a low wrapped in. I mean, I noticed that, too. Well, I'll tell you what, man. Trump needs to chill out and take a drink, man. I'll tell you what. He got a little excited there. What do you think, Steve?
He tends to do that from time to time. That's why he's called the Grump. He's got a reputation to keep, you know?
Oh, my. Yeah, he got her wound up there for a second, I tell you what. But he's right in some of the instances there. He was right. You know, we did just stand up a little bit more. And, you know, we're all a bunch of damn immigrants, but there's a time when you got to shut the door and let things go where they're going, you know. I'm with Moose. Just sit back and watch it. That's what you can do. You can't do too much. And who in the hell plans a damn trip over to Afghanistan for the summer for the kids? That is pure damn stupid. That's just pure stupid. I mean, gee whiz, man. I'm not saying send them down here to us, you know. I mean, heck, I think I'd rather be down here than be out there. But Gee whiz. And Steve, I don't know if you got it. I texted you a article on the governor of Florida. I can't think of the name of the therapy, but it's made by Regina, is a company. But he's promoting a therapy for COVID. Did you see that?
Who is promoting this?
The governor of Florida is promoting this therapy for COVID.
Okay, which therapy is it?
Yeah, it's made by Regina, and it's some kind of antibody therapy, and he's actually set up mobile places in Florida where you go and you get injected. That's if you got to be tested positive, and you go in and it helps you. It's kind of like the stuff you're talking about there earlier about the ivermectin. Kind of on the same lines as that to help you get through it.
Mm-hmm.
It will make it easier on you. And he's promoting that right now, and he's putting it in at all the vaccination points. They're bringing in these portable buildings to a lot of the vaccination facilities down here, and that they're going to be doing this therapy in those buildings. I guess it has to be done. It has to be done inside, so it takes a while to do it. So, but that's what he's doing right now and trying to promote it. But what's funny, Steve, is you don't hear much out of the governors or them talking about this deal with Afghanistan. Have you noticed that?
Yeah,
Any of the governors?
Yeah, come to think of it, yeah, I'm not hearing much from governors. No,
I'm not hearing anything from anybody about it, other than what's going on with the president. But I tell you what, I don't know about them people from California, but they need to get over there and get their kids. Who knows? They might be setting Delta Force or something to go get those folks. But hopefully this rain gets through here and we'll be okay for the rest of the day. And y'all have a good one. We'll catch you later.
All right. Hey, one other thing I saw, I know we got to get our news break, but I've seen the latest poll says Florida Republicans want DeSantis to run for president.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of people who want DeSantis to run down here. I think he'd be a good president. And if former President Trump would step up and go for him as a vice president, that'd be even better. I think that'd be a good team.
Yeah.
And back to Grump's point real quick. Grump, the reason why all these companies went that way years ago with all those drivers, it's American way, man. We got to go cheap so we can get her going, get more money in our pocket. So that's what happened, buddy. So with that, Steve, I'll catch you later and have a good one. Thank you.
All right, thank you much. And by the way, once this area of rain that you got right now continues off to the west, you'll get a break in the action, and if it all holds together, I mean, there's a whole another big batch of rain, off the east coast of Florida, moving from east to west, kind of heading your way for later on this morning. It may be a soggy day there in Orlando. Meanwhile, all right, lines available. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Drug maker Pfizer has asked the Food and Drug Administration for a full approval for a booster dose of its COVID vaccine. The company says its data shows that people who receive a booster shot 5 to 8 months after their second dose had antibody levels 3 times higher than those seen after the 2-shot regimen. The White House has said it plans on offering a third dose of vaccine starting on September 20th, recommending people get it 8 months after their second shot. And crews in California are battling another large wildfire as it advances towards Lake Tahoe. The Calder fire has burned over 197 square miles since starting on August 14th and is 11% contained. The blaze has destroyed 461 homes and another 11 commercial buildings so far, with authorities saying that it is on the doorstep of the Lake Tahoe Basin. Crews are working to contain the flames that are now about 20 miles to the southwest of Lake Tahoe. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better, or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special, and the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The U.S. Embassy in Kabul has issued a warning to Americans not to travel to the airport, citing a security threat from an ISIS splinter group. Those at 3 of the airport's gates were being told to leave the area as well. CNN reporting that the warning was issued because of a very specific threat stream from the group ISIS-K. Intelligence officials believe ISIS-K is capable of coordinating multiple attacks on the crowds outside of the Hamid Karzai International Airport in an effort to create mayhem in the capital city. Seth Jones is a former advisor to U.S. Special Operations in Afghanistan and tells CNBC that those threats need to be taken seriously.
ISIS-K has shown an ability that they can conduct surveillance on targets, including ones like large numbers of people at the airport. They can get the weapons and suicide bombers and truck bombs into the area and then execute the attack. They've done this repeatedly over the past year or two, and I think the idea of targeting people around the airport right now with their American forces is a tempting target.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Bingo lovers, you have to try Bingo Treasure, the bingo game you play anywhere. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com from your smartphone, your tablet, or your computer and play Bingo Treasure for free. Play one card, play more. Work your way through the maze of bingo fun. Bingo Treasure is bingo at the next level. Go right now to BingoRadioUSA.com for your free account and free play. Join the bingo revolution. It's free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Radio bingo's in the house.
Florida Senator Marco Rubio says history will not be kind to President Biden over the Afghanistan withdrawal. Lance Pry has more.
Florida Republican Senator Marco Rubio tells Fox News President Biden's blunder is making history that will be remembered for decades.
You know, when history looks back at this moment, and it's going to look back at this moment, this is going to be a big deal for decades. This is going to be covered as one of the worst catastrophes in American foreign policy history for 2 reasons. Number one is failure of this administration to anticipate what they should have known. And then the botching of this evacuation of this entire process. This is the way the process should have worked. Okay, what Joe Biden should have said is, we have these people and we have this equipment and we're going to get it out of Afghanistan and we'll leave once we have all that stuff. And anyone who gets in the way, including the Taliban, who tries to stop us, is going to be killed. You will die if you get in our way. Not August 31st, and not September 1st, not August 29th, not a date, a goal.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And for the first time since 2003, neither Williams sister will play at the U.S. Open. Serena announced her withdrawal from the final Grand Slam tournament of the season, citing a torn hamstring she suffered at Wimbledon. Her sister Venus will also miss the Open with a leg injury. Both Roger Federer and Rafael Nadal have also announced that they'll miss the tournament due to injuries. The U.S. Open starts next Monday in New York. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
wildfires in the news update there. South Lake Tahoe. This is a blaze that has gutted hundreds of homes, advancing towards Lake Tahoe. Thousands of firefighters trying to box in the flames as the thick yellow haze of the nation's worst air envelops tourists there. In Southern California, at least a dozen homes and outbuildings were damaged or destroyed after a fire broke out Wednesday afternoon. Quickly running through the tinder-dry brush in the mountains northeast of L.A. Got about 1,000 people ordered to evacuate there. Crews mounting an air attack to keep the South Fire from the tiny communities of Lytle Creek and Scotland near Cajon Pass in San Bernardino County. By nightfall, that fire appeared to be mostly contained. To the north, a new fire erupted in the Sierra Nevada foothills, quickly burned at least 1,000 acres near Lake New Malone's Lake, Calaveras County. Evacuations are in place there. Meanwhile, the Caldor Fire spreads to within 20 miles southwest of Lake Tahoe, knocking on the door of the basin that straddles the California-Nevada state line. Ash raining down, tourists ducking into cafes, outdoor gear shops, and casinos to get a respite from the unhealthy air. Right now, they say South Lake Tahoe and Tahoe City on the West Shore have the nation's worst air pollution. Mid-morning this past day, reaching 334 in the hazardous category of a 0 to 500 air quality index. So, for a lot of tourists out there, ain't having no fun on the lake because you're just shrouded in smoke, nasty air. All right, we'll get back to your calls here in just a moment. One other tidbit to throw your way. Belgian police say that they're concerned about the return of something known as the Joker virus, a virus that attacks Android devices and hides itself in various applications on the Google Play Store. This is a malware that's capable of subscribing to your payment services without authorization and essentially empty your bank account. And you're totally unaware. This malicious program has been detected in 8 different Play Store applications that Google has suppressed, they tell us. If you think, haven't I heard of this before? Yes, the Joker malware became famous back in 2017 for infecting and robbing its victims by hiding in different applications. Since then, the Google Play Store defense systems have removed around 1,700 different apps with the Joker malware before they were downloaded by users. In September of 2020, the virus was found in, again, 24 Android applications that registered more than 500,000 downloads before it was removed. It's estimated that time it affected more than 30 countries, including the U.S., Brazil, Spain. Now, through unauthorized subscriptions, hackers could steal up to up to about 140 Mexican pesos per subscription weekly, whatever that translates to. The Joker Trojan horse belonged to a family of malware known as Bread, whose objective is to hack cell phone bills, authorize operations without the user's consent. Researchers from the company Quick Heal Security Lab explained that the virus can actually enter text messages, contacts, and other information on an infected smartphone. What makes this more dangerous is the ability to subscribe to affected Android users to paid services, usually premium or the most expensive version, without authorization. So just be aware, I guess you got to pay attention. Is there a way to upgrade your malware and virus protection on these smartphones? I don't know enough about them to do anything but maybe dial a phone number or send a text message. But be aware. All right, back to the calls we go. Who we got on the line? Is that Steve?
Yes, sir.
Hey there.
Good morning, Sir Steve. Well, I know you wanted to start the show off with talking about something else. I wish I had something else to talk about, Steve. Anyway, that story you brought up about that dumbass that walked on
the thermal, the geyser.
Yes. Yeah, the wife and I were out at Yellowstone last August after my surgery. We took a 10-day vacation out there. I think I mentioned this to you, Steve. I'll tell you, man, if you ever get a chance, you got to put that on your bucket list. Yellowstone is one of the most fantastic places in the world for scenery. But, we saw a couple of those morons. We were at Mammoth Springs. We did visit Norris Springs. We were at Mammoth Springs, and people were getting off the boardwalk, and they were walking down there. And I had done some reading on these thermal springs, Steve. There's been numerous people that have died walking on those hot springs, on those geothermal areas. I mean, like you said, it gets up to 199 degrees plus, and that crap will kill you.
Oh, yeah.
If you get burned, you get burned severely. But numerous people have died, going off those boardwalks and slipping and falling and, getting scalded with that hot water. I mean, that stuff is hot. But pretty fascinating just to walk around the boardwalk and look at it and take pictures and know you're, standing on, the world's largest volcano, basically. It's just crazy. And then, as far as the other paths go, I mean, how many people get, it's amazing how many people fall off these canyons that I read about. I mean, they've got, like a wooden barrier where you're not supposed to cross, but of course some people, they just can't resist it and they want to climb out on those rocks and they fall to their death. You're talking probably 500 to 1,000 feet in some areas in these canyons where the Yellowstone River is. It's just, I don't know. People are just dumbasses.
Yeah, they want that photo op. It's a photo op, so they climb the barrier. Oops, there they go.
Yeah, and they're standing on top of these rocks, and they're not very stable. So, you just got to be careful, and stay on the beaten path. That's the bottom line. Otherwise, you're going to meet your fate. There was one article, Steve, I was reading last night, speaking of Ron DeSantis. Supposedly, he recovered of almost 1 million jobs out of the 1.5 million jobs that were lost in Florida.
Yes.
Philip just called. That made me think of Florida. He recovered almost 1 million of those jobs back from the COVID, when the pandemic hit last year. So that's a pretty good deal for Florida, getting people back to work. Because I know a lot of the restaurants and businesses, they just can't find help. It's just amazing, Steve, that people want to sit home on their ass for an extra $300 a week. I mean, how much can they really be collecting in unemployment? Maybe $300, $400, $500. Then you get another $300 on top of that. There's better paying jobs out here than that, where you can make 75, 80, almost 100 grand a year driving a damn truck. It's just, I mean, I saw a billboard, Steve, on I-40 yesterday morning that you talked about U.S. foods, right? The food shortage. They don't have enough truckers.
Yep.
To get the food to the shelves. U.S. Food is giving a $20,000 sign-on bonus.
Wow.
To go to work for them. Yes. 20 grand. I had to double. I'm like, what kind of place is giving 20 grand? I could not believe it was a trucking company. But, you know, U.S. Foods, I mean, for us guys, I mean, that's a young man's gig because that's hard work. You have to unload, you know, either a set of doubles or a 53-foot van, you know, full of frozen foods. That's rough work. You know, it really is. Those guys earn their money, you know, delivering to all the restaurants and stuff, whether it's the dry goods or the frozen foods, and you're working a hand cart all day. I mean, can you imagine working in the 100-degree heat that was in Nashville today?
Right.
Unloading a semi full of food? I mean, I couldn't do it. I don't know, Big Moose would want to. I doubt he'd do it. But yeah, that's a young man's gig, you know. But I mean, you know, I'm sure there's a stipulation. You got to stay with the company maybe a year, or maybe they'll give you so much in 3 months, and then 6 months. I think they break it up in you know, $5,000 increments or whatever. But $20,000 extra to get hired on with U.S. Foods, just incredible. You know. So there's guys out there working for 29, 39 cents a mile, man. They ought to think about that. But getting back to this this Joe Biden thing, Steve. I was after your show was over last night. I turned on Mark Levin's podcast, and he put out a feeler. He has callers calling his show like you do. Not as many, but, you know, he'll have maybe anywhere 8 to 10 callers. Oh, there goes a coyote across the city street. But anyway, he'll have about 8 to 9 to 10 callers a night. And he put out a feeler, Steve. He said, anybody that voted for Joe Biden and that still supports Joe Biden, I want them to give me a call. And Mr. Call Screener, I want you to leave 2 lines open. Well, he couldn't. Steve, after about a half an hour, I thought it was pretty hilarious. Nobody was calling in. You know, he couldn't find one person that supports Joe Biden, that voted for Joe Biden. Well, sure enough, about an hour went by, and this moron from New Hampshire called in. And he had the accent going and the liberal talk. And Steve, Mark Levin just tore him a new one. I'll tell you. It was hilarious. This guy could not rebut him or come up with one good reason why we should be spending not $3.5 trillion, but that bill is really $5.5 trillion from what he's reporting. $5.5 trillion, and this guy didn't care. He doesn't care if his grandkids have to pay for it. He doesn't care if his great grandkids have to pay for it. And that's the problem, Steve. These liberals that are supporting this stuff, they are supposedly educated, some of them college, but I think they're a bunch of dumbasses. They really do not know what the hell is going on in this country, what the real truth is. I mean, when you got people like Pelosi and Schumer and these liars promoting this propaganda about this is a Rebuild America package and this is a Rescue America. Steve, they use some language and a bunch of words that make people believe it's a good thing.
It's a feel-good thing.
A feel-good thing. And it's the worst thing we can do for our country. And, you know, you had a caller previously talk about Kristen Sinema. Steve, what's going to happen? Kristen Sinema and Joe Manchin will probably say no on the first vote. We want to debate this. We want to rework this bill. So what they're going to do is, Steve, they're going to rework it a little bit, where instead of it, they're saying, well, instead of $3.5 trillion, let's go to $3 trillion, and then they'll vote yes on it to make themselves look good, to make themselves get voted back in, to make them good with their voters in Virginia and Arizona. So that's what they're going to do. They're going to manipulate the system, and they're going to play around with it and say, yeah, we got rid of that, you know, so it's a good thing. but it's not a good thing, Steve. This bill, I doubt it's going to be stopped, and it's just going to put us in deep, deep debt, and the economy is really going to suffer down the road. And I just hope for us truck drivers, man, like a lot of your guys are older, and maybe we got 3, 4. I mean, I only got about 4 more years left, and I'm done. But I'm just hoping we can last that long, Steve. That the economy can stay somewhat, stable. I mean, we've got basically, 14 months to the election, to the House and the Senate.
Yeah.
And, you just got to hope and pray that we can withstand the hurricane, the devastation that this, pandemic president has brought. I mean, it's just absolutely disgusting.
So we get up to the end of September here, and in one fell swoop, we're going to spend say it's another $4 or $5 trillion. What's that going to do to inflation? What's that going to do to prices? And I'm seeing there are a whole bunch of taxes being added into there as well.
Steve, that's a good point you make, because that moron of a caller that called in last night, that Democrat, he did not. Mark Levin asked him the same question as you just talked about. Do you know what inflation is? Do you know what drives inflation? He didn't have an answer. He didn't know. I mean, this guy's like in his 60s, an electrician, supposed to be a smart dude,
Wow.
And he didn't even know what inflation was, how to prevent it, and what it's going to do to the economy. When you print all the office, that doesn't make any sense. And that's what's going to happen with everything. Once the grocery store shows, you better start stocking up on stuff, Steve. I'm telling you right now, I've been doing it. They keep talking about it. Toilet paper, paper towels, water, stocking your freezer with meats. It's coming, and when that shortage happens, the prices are going to really go up for goods. So, this buffoon is just destroying our economy, what Trump built. Like I said, Trump was the greatest president, the greatest thing we ever have. And I just hope for all those Democrats that listen to your show and these liberals, I just hope that when they voted for Joe Biden, they thought he was the greatest thing since sliced bread, besides Donald Trump. Do they really miss his tweets that bad?
Right.
Do they really hate his tweets that bad?
Yeah.
Right? Because this country's being destroyed by these Democrats. And it's just a sad thing. Trying to stay positive, Steve, it's difficult, man, but you just got to put one foot in front of the other, I guess, and live one day at a time in this world we're living in right now.
Yep.
So, anyway, good show tonight, buddy. Thank you.
Thank you for checking in. Have a good morning there, Steve. Hey, it's Thursday, by the way. Don't forget. Coming up 1:30 this afternoon, 1:30 Eastern time. That would be time for the Hot Shot Secret Weekly live show on their Facebook and YouTube channels. Talking everything automotive. Each week, they get various diesel experts. They'll take your questions, give you answers live during the program. You can type in questions and keep you updated on what's going on, happening around Hot Shot Secret. This week's episode later on this afternoon, live from the Hot Shot Secret studios, talking Gasoline Extreme is going to be the highlighted product this week. 1:30 this afternoon. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Super Semis have pulled into the terminal. The Light Unlimiteds and Open Supers got their trophies too. But in Pulltown, USA, the ring is the thing. From the home of the 54th National Tractor Pulling Championships, Bowling Green, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. 598 hooks after it officially began on Thursday night, the 54th edition of the NTPC reached its conclusion when the final 10,000-pound Pro Stock towed the Bauer-built Ironman Purple Weight Transfer the length of the North Side course to the cheers of the horsepower enthusiasts and partygoers. 3 titles were decided on the twin tracks of the Wood County Fairgrounds, and in all 3 instances were witnessed a lead change. In Superstock Open, Bob Gansmere and his Rutten Deer from Platteville, Wisconsin, claimed the crown after surrendering their Rockwell-earned advantage to the Ross family's triple bypass diesel for about 13 hours. The Rosses led by 3 points after the Open's initial appearance on Friday, but could not make repairs in time to compete on Saturday, and Gansmere's 5th place sealed the deal. In Super Semi, Brian DeBruce, playing with fire, suffered serious damage itself on Friday and fell into a tie with the winning rig, Brian Ellithorpe's Nicky's Nightmare, in a war of W900s. Ellithorpe would go on to claim the title by 2 points, with a second-place finish on Saturday. And in Twin Engine Light Unlimited, Steve Bollinger and his Money Pit took a Thursday third to Keith Wason's Super B and found themselves tied once more. But Bollinger rallied on Friday afternoon to garner his 4th win to Wason's 3 and the 2021 honors by a single marker. Among the most coveted prizes in truck and tractor pulling are the Bowling Green Championship rings. Let's take a moment to recognize the 2021 Pull Town champions. In light superstock, it's Josh Blackburn from Cuba City, Wisconsin, driving Mike Chizik's Deadly Force Case IH. In superstock diesel, it's Travis Schlabach from Marengo, Iowa, driving his Bone Twister International. In superstock open, it's John Strickland from Clinton, North Carolina, driving Earl Wells' Get a Load of That Agco. In Super Farm, it's Ryan Anderson from Hoopeston, Illinois, driving his Checkin' Out International. In Pro Stock, it's Patrick Gentry from Grandview, Indiana, driving the Masterson family's River Rat John Deere. In two-wheel drive, it's Ralph Hunt from Oakwood, Ohio, driving his Yellow Thunder Ford. In four-wheel drive, it's Ben Ellis Jr. from Champlain, Virginia, driving his Benjamin Chevrolet. In Superstock Diesel 4x4, it's Van Hazley from Fairmount, Indiana, driving his Rock Hard Ram Dodge. In Super Semi, it's Brian Ellithorpe from Bridport, Vermont, driving his Nicky's Nightmare Kenworth. In Modified Mini, it's Abby Leichner from Weldon, Illinois, who posted the weekend's only sweep, driving Bobcat Jr. In Light Unlimited, it's Keith Wason Sr. from Harwood, Maryland, driving his Super B. In Modified, it's Brett Berg from Farmington, Minnesota, driving his Rank Seed-sponsored Moneymaker. And in Unlimited, it's Joe Ader from North Collins, New York, driving his Polar Air. Visit ntpapull.com for complete class results and point standings, as 10 more races will wind down over the next 3 weekends. The home stretch continues with 4 Grand National divisions, Light Supers, Pros, Minis, and Unlimiteds set to collide at the Friday Night Spectacular in Wellington, Ohio, August 27th at 6 p.m. Stream it at ntpa.tv and catch regional action in Greenville, Ohio on Tuesday, Hudsonville, Michigan on Wednesday, and Wauwega, Wisconsin on Saturday, as competitors across the country strive to qualify for the Enderley Pull-Off on Saturday, September 18th in Urbana, Ohio. Get details at allstarpoll.com. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken says that about 1,000 American citizens may still need to be evacuated from Afghanistan as the deadline for the withdrawal of U.S. forces from that country gets closer. Acting Ambassador to Afghanistan, Ross Wilson, says that the U.S.'s commitment to that country does not end on August 31st. He also tells CBS News that he believes there will still be attempts to get American citizens out of Afghanistan after the deadline.
We believe that there will be possibilities for Americans to be able to get out of this country. That's been part of the nascent conversations, many of which have taken place in Doha with the Taliban about potential ways forward. We'll have to see how that works out, but America's commitment to American citizens in particular, to our staff, to those who served our country, that isn't going to end.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, a veterinarian physician and founder of Youngevity, great nutritional company, based on 90 for Life. 90 essential nutrients, all vertebrates, whether you're a wombat, an elephant, a giraffe, an ostrich, a human being, a monkey, a cow, a dog, or a cat, doesn't matter. All vertebrates require 90 essential nutrients, 16 minerals, 16 vitamins, 12 amino acids, 3 fatty acids. They help prevent birth defects. There are no genetic birth defects. That's my thesis is in the Smithsonian Institute of Natural Treasure. There are no genetically transmitted diseases. They're all nutritional deficiency diseases. That's why my thesis is in the Smithsonian Institute of Natural Treasure. I want you to get on the 90 for Life program, 60 minerals, 16 vitamins, 12 amino acids, 3 fatty acids. And don't forget the Rebound or sports drink. And don't forget, you need your immune system because of all this pandemic virus stuff going around. And so contact us at usaradiohealth.com. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Yeah, Philip brought up Regeneron. That's what it's called. That's the monoclonal antibody treatment. That's what the Texas governor took, Greg Abbott. Now he was fully vaccinated. Of course, came down with COVID about a week ago. Now they gave him the Regeneron, and he was better in a couple of days. Tropical Park in Miami, Florida, normally known for jogging or shooting hoops, but not right now. Right now, it's a one-stop shop for COVID, offering tests, vaccines, and Regeneron, all available in one place. Well, they tell us right now there is no line for the vaccine, there is no line for the test, but there's a 2-hour wait for Regeneron, the treatment for people that have already tested positive. Many people are showing up very sick. One who was waiting in line said, "It hurts to breathe, it hurts to talk, my head feels like it's going to explode, my body is numb, everything hurts." COVID patients are told to wait in their cars for the Regeneron. Monday of this week, there was an entire field full of people in their cars. One woman said she'd waited for 2 hours. Of course, Monday, the FDA gave the full stamp of approval for the Pfizer vaccine. It's the first of the 3 in the U.S. to get approved. course, the president hopes that's going to inspire the hundreds of millions who've yet to roll up their sleeve. I don't know. It's not hundreds of millions. If there's more than half the population, it's maybe 100, 150, something like that maybe haven't received a dose yet. If you're one of the millions of Americans who've said they'll not get the shot until it's full and final approval, it has now happened. And of course, now that's going to pave the way for companies to mandate the vaccine. Biden said, quote, require your employees to get the vaccine or face strict requirements. All right, separate topic here. Makes me kind of wonder when it comes to the wildlife out there. A story out of Jonesboro, Arkansas. Studies showed that white-tailed deer have antibodies for COVID. These deer can be found in every state in the U.S. with the exception of Alaska. Researchers in the USDA took blood samples of more than 600 deer across the country. During the study, 40% of those deer had antibodies for COVID-19. Kind of interesting that I'm not aware of any deer just keeling over dead in the fields from COVID, right? A veterinarian at the Arkansas Game and Fish Commission says what this means for deer hunters. He says the deer have to be exposed, as far as we know, essentially from people to start this process. So humans are a little bit more at risk to the deer versus deer to the humans. But this study, the first of its kind, the research did not include deer in the state, but if a deer does contract the virus, the veterinarian said it's typically very short-lived and they don't get very sick. Well, how about a little more research? What is it that the deer have that we apparently don't have? Might be useful in some sort of a treatment, is what I'd be thinking. All right, lines available at 844-844-3388. What's happening? The heat wave. Morning, senor.
Good morning, senor. Well, we won't talk about Biden. We all know he's an addle-brained DA, so we'll let that go by. We won't talk about Kamala because it's been a pleasure not hearing her name in the news. So we'll just skip all that. Yeah, this damn deal with the $3.5 trillion bill that the Senate or the House of Reps passed. Man, I tell you what, I sure hope that that Democrat out of Arizona and that Joe Manchin, I hope both of them have a big sack and do what they say to vote against it. I don't want to have them go, yeah, I voted against it because I wanted to talk about it, but then I voted for it because it's what's best for the country. I don't want to hear that crap from them people. You know, Manchin always says he's going to do something, that sounds pretty positive for the people. And then he rolls over and votes with the party. And I don't know about this other girl out of Arizona. I think she's a freshman senator from Arizona. But if she says that she's not going to vote for the bill because there's no way to pay for it, then I hope she sticks to her guns and actually does it. And she may have a bigger sack that's fuller than what Manchin has. So good luck to her. Well, I got some good news yesterday with the air conditioning issue. They are going to have a replacement air conditioner out Friday morning. They're going to be putting it in, and I got to come out with $1,200 out of pocket. I thought, well, hell, what was that $75 payment that I made for it? I thought that was it. Mm-hmm. No, I got to pay $1,200 more. So, yeah, I think I'm going to drop them like a hot damn potato because I'll just go ahead and put that $45 a month into a separate account And I may even increase it just so I can build it up for the next issue that might happen. But hell, all my refrigerators and freezers and microwaves and TVs and whatnot, hell, they're all brand new, so I guess I really shouldn't have to worry about it. So in the meantime, what my wife did is she got some kind of damn air conditioner unit. The first one she bought was $450 through Lowe's, and they said it would take 1 to 4 days shipping it out of Nevada. I thought, well, I could see 2 because they got to bring it here and then probably take it to a warehouse and repackage it for our neck of the woods for any deliveries out here. And then she got a notification saying it's being held up. And she said, the hell with that. So she looked around and she found another one at our local Walmart. And she said for some reason it was $100 cheaper than what it was at Lowe's. And I thought, well, that's a pretty big switch because, your bigger box stores like Lowe's or Home Depot is going to be cheaper than what you can get at a Walmart or a Target. But she went ahead and she bought the same thing that she had ordered. And I'm thinking, holy crap, I guess when it gets there, I will be home. So I will be taking the Lowe's product back to them saying I don't want it because y'all reneged on y'all's delivery promise. And, don't even think about charging me that 20% restock fee because I ain't buying that. So other than that.
So as far as the home warranty thing, I'm kind of confused. Yeah, you pay a monthly fee because, we know how that works. Then if you make a claim, typically depending on which warranty company you have, it's like a $75 or $100 deductible you pay. Then they send somebody out. Yes. They're supposed to repair or replace whatever's wrong. Where are they coming up with the $1,200 out of pocket on top now?
It's good. Well, that's a damn good question. I don't know. So I guess whenever I'm there Friday, I will find out where this is coming from, and I'm just going to have to tell these people, you know what, you're done. So you just can't trust insurance companies because they want that premium, that monthly premium. Oh, we got to have it. We got to have it. Okay, you got it. And then they screw you over on top of that because they really don't want to, pay out.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know.
I wonder if it's Freon because I think like in the fine print of the contract, it said something about, they'll give you like 1 pound or something. And then everything after that you have to pay for. And they're probably charging some ungodly price per pound. And they're based on probably having to do a whole system for the Freon.
Yeah, probably so. And it is a bigger AC. It's going to be a 4-ton instead of the 3-ton. So hopefully that'll get things squared away.
Mm.
Now I want to ask you something, and it's going to involve the princess. Now, when you talk to the princess about an issue that breaks down, does she tell you everything, or does she kind of leave out or make you think something else is wrong than what the original problem is? I'll give you an example.
Okay.
Talking to the lady heat wave. She was talking to me. She says, well, the air compressor is out, and so is the fan. So I don't know about you, but I'm thinking, okay, she's telling me that the fan motor in the inside unit of the unit that's inside the house.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, well, great. Now we got to replace that damn thing, And I told her, I says, I think it's called a blower. She says, no, it's a fan. All right, whatever. I'm not going to argue with her. And so I specifically said, inside unit, outside unit. So I wanted to make sure that I knew what she was talking about. She says, well, it's inside the unit. Well, is the unit
inside the unit?
Is it inside?
Yeah.
Is it inside the house or outside? Well, it's inside. All right, so I'm thinking there's two separate issues. So when she tells me that they're going to replace the compressor, I said, okay, well, how much is the fan going to be? Or the blower? She says, well, it comes with the unit. And, okay, here we go again. Which one? The inside or the outside? And then she finally said it was the fan inside the outside unit.
Exactly, yeah. So there's, in other words, your outside unit, you probably had a short or something, and the compressor went, and it probably, may or may not have been the actual fan. It might have been. A lot of times it's just a damn capacitor, the start capacitor for those fans, and a compressor as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we already had that particular fan for that compressor has been replaced 2 years ago. But as cold as she has to have that house to be comfortable with her medical issues, I told her, I said, I thought that fan on top was starting to knock a little bit because it wasn't a clean start. It was a knock, 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 boom. And, then it would work fine. But it kept on turning off for about 10 seconds and then turn back on and run for another 5 minutes and turn off for 10 seconds and turn on. I am so glad. I'll be so glad when this is over with, because talking to my wife about stuff around the house, I don't have a whole lot of hair on top of my head. I have a solar panel as big as the one on my house, but pulling it off the sides by the ears, that hurts. So hopefully by Friday when I get in, I'll have a nice cool house to sleep in.
There you go.
So I guess that's the funny for today, and I'll be calling up the after show line and raising more hell with Moose and everybody else. And I don't know if you heard, but Moose finally got his trifecta yesterday. He was shooting for it, and by God, he got it. So he was a happy camper.
His trifecta?
All right. Hey, yeah, I'll if you call in, I'll let you know about it.
Okay.
But hey, tell Knuckle Buster I appreciate him when he's on, and I appreciate his singing, because I truly enjoy the blood flowing freely out of my ears, my eyes, and my nose whenever he sings. So, Knuckle Buster, give it hell, man. All right, senor, we're out of here. You have yourself a good morning.
Thank you much, Heatwave. Good to hear from you. All right, it is 844-844-3388. We return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All righty, back at it here. Plenty of room for you. Line's almost clear. You got one on hold, but so jump on in at 844-844-3388. Yeah, they call it the after show. You've been hearing us talk about that. It's not like a secret thing or whatever. It's just, Big Moose, I think, kind of got it started. That initially, Big Moose and Heatwave and Chevy Guy and some of the others would use their smartphone and, they'd call Big Moose and you could conference call in. You have 3, 4, or 5. And then I think he had a maximum of like 6 people and nobody else could get in. And they were all trying to share. And then, of course, if whoever you had called, if that person loses their connection, their cell, in the middle of nowhere, then everybody gets dropped off and everybody's going to try to dial back in. So he got some sort of a service, which is like a conference call line. And I think it can accommodate like up to 125 people. And so Big Moose put this together. And, I'll typically dial in, somewhere 6, 7 in the morning, just hang out for a few minutes, listen to some of the conversation. It's just a bunch of the drivers out there that are, once the show ends, it's like, well, now what am I going to do to stay awake? So they just get on this conference call and chat. And Big Moose sent me the email a few minutes ago. He said, hey, if you want to share the number out there with people, some of the drivers that maybe they want to call in after the show. He said, go ahead and please share the number. So if you want to jot it down, get your crayon. And it's area code 646-547-1580. Now, when you dial that number, typically you get some message that comes on and said, this number is outside of your area. If you continue, you'll be charged a 1 cent per minute charge. You can hang up now and not. I don't know that. I don't think we get the charge. Doesn't. I think Moose paid a certain amount so that I don't believe that penny gets passed on to you. I had called in and spent several hours on the line, say last month, and there was nothing different on my phone bill. Then it says, please enter your PIN number to proceed. That's where your PIN number would be 917-1231. And it says you are joining the call. You pop in, you'll hear whoever's talking the loudest at that moment in time. You can chime in. Typically I'll say a little bit. I just sit there and kind of listen to the conversation that you're talking about, whatever, anything. Sometimes, I might ask a question about this or that. And of course, somebody's always got a question. Big Moose might tell a joke. You just don't. It's just a way to kind of like help pass the time. They call that the 6th hour and the 7th hour and the 8th hour of the show. I think Chevy Guy, did he say he's on there till sometimes 10 or 11 in the morning? Just chatting with people. You can hang up whenever you want, drop out, jump back in. It's the after show. Drivers hanging out with other drivers, holding conversation. All right. I know some people are more inclined to enjoy stuff like that. I asked Knucklebuster the other day if he wanted the number, and he said, nah, it'd be too much like being stuck on Channel 19, Yeah, a lot of people trying to talk at the same time. It's just, all right. Part of the discussion, matter of fact, on yesterday morning, it had come up about someone, if a driver, say a four-wheeler, makes some dumbass of the year kind of move in front of you, what do you do? I mean, if you're going to jerk the wheel to the side, there's a good chance you're going to jackknife. You may end up in the wrong lane of traffic. You may kill yourself. Or do you just, hold steady and kind of proceed on through? The dumbass trying to merge in front of you. Yeah, they don't see you. You're in there. They're in the blind spot. They're cutting in front of you. They're going to hit you. What do? And I think Big Moose used the term, maintain your lane. He said that several times. Maintain your lane. If you're going to do something dumb in front of me, you're going to regret it, kind of thing. I share that because the story on Monday of this week of a truck driver that lost his life for just that sort of reason. Some woman pulled a dumbass bonehead mistake, and he tried to avoid her, and he's dead now. Washington State Police sharing new information about a crash that claimed the life of a semi-driver on Monday. It was about the noon hour near South Center, Washington. Troopers say 64-year-old truck driver Stephen Garner was southbound on I-5 at I-405 when the crash occurred. According to police, a 49-year-old woman was merging off of I-405 when she struck Garner's truck, causing the semi to strike a guardrail, then crash down an embankment. Garner died at the scene. The motorist was taken to a nearby hospital for treatment. Police say that improper lane change was the cause of the fatal crash. Now, it doesn't say anything about him jerking the wheel to avoid, but last I checked, if one of those little bitty automobiles is cutting in front of your big truck, if you're going to hit it, I think the truck's normally going to win, right? So I'm just assuming that he probably took some sort of an evasive maneuver, which lost control, and, in the blink of an eye, he's gone. All right, so we'll get more on that coming up. Your comments, your thoughts. Final hour is just ahead. It is 844-844-3388. Maintain your lane. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken says that about 1,000 American citizens may still need to be evacuated from Afghanistan as the deadline for the withdrawal of U.S. forces from that country gets closer. Acting Ambassador to Afghanistan, Ross Wilson, says that the U.S.'s commitment to that country does not end on August 31st. He also tells CBS News that he believes there will still be attempts to get American citizens out of Afghanistan after the deadline.
We believe that there will be possibilities for Americans to be able to get out of this country. That's been part of the nascent conversations, many of which have taken place in Doha with the Taliban about potential ways forward. We'll have to see how that works out, but America's commitment to American citizens in particular, to our staff, to those who served our country, that isn't going to end.
This is USA Radio News.
Awesome and amazing day, man. This is John Jubilee with EnergizedHealth.com. That's right. Write that down after you get off of this at EnergizedHealth.com, because this is your moment to change your life. Intelligent men are skeptical. I want you to be skeptical, but I want you to go check this out today. We have a breakthrough science that is so powerful that hundreds of doctors have changed their life. They recommend it to their patients, physicians to U.S. presidents, leading scientists across the world, because it works. Intercellular hydration pushes all the toxins out of your body. It pushes all inflammation out of your body, can cause your brain to have double the function, men, double. Your testosterone level could rise 500 points naturally. You can wake up every morning like a teenage boy again and lose 30 to 40 pounds of solid fat every month. Be skeptical, but go check this out today at EnergizedHealth.com. That's EnergizedHealth.com.
Those on Social Security will see a large cost of living raise next year. But will it really be much of a raise? Tim Berg has more.
The Social Security cost of living adjustment for 2022 potentially will be
low-cost airlines. 800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Amid the chaos and confusion at the airport in Afghanistan, life goes on. John Clemens explains.
So far, 3 babies have been born as their parents sought freedom from the Taliban in Afghanistan. During a briefing at the Pentagon, Air Force General Todd D. Walters spoke about a special one.
We've had further conversations with the mom and the dad of the baby that was born on the C-17 inbound to Ramstein. They named the little girl Reach. And they did so because the call sign of the C-17 aircraft that flew them from Qatar to Ramstein was Reach. That child's name will forever be Reach. And as you can well imagine, being an Air Force fighter pilot, it's my dream to watch that young child called Reach grow up and be a U.S. citizen and fly United States Air Force fighters in our Air Force. Over.
From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, I'm John Clemens.
And a Michigan man who pled guilty to federal charges in a plot to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer has been sentenced to more than 6 years in prison. Ty Garbin is the first of more than a dozen people facing federal charges in the case to be sentenced. 5 of those men face trial in October. In his ruling, the judge said he sentenced Garbin to less than the federal guideline of 17.5 years because of Garbin's cooperation with the investigation of the plot and concrete actions he's taken to take responsibility for his actions. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty then, final hour, off and rolling on a Thursday. Can you believe Friday's knocking on the door? Weekend coming on. Hey there, Heatwave. I think we've got an answer to that question. Rex sent me an email, and I think it kind of went right over my head. He said, "Hey, if you look at when you have one of those homeowners warranty, they will repair or replace what you have with what you have, the equivalent." And yeah, I believe, Heatwave, you did say you're replacing a 3-ton unit with a 4-ton unit. There's your $1,200. Yeah, you're getting an upgrade. So, yeah, he's probably right. If you'd go with a replacement of the same exact 3-ton unit, I don't think you'd have the out-of-pocket cost. Good answer, Rex. Thank you very much. What do you say, Big Moose? Maintain your lane? Is that the word?
That's always the word, buddy. I tell you what, anybody that's been in this business long enough to drink a cup of coffee knows that as soon as you exit your right of way, you are automatically the liability. Don't give them that option. Last time I checked, the name of this rig wasn't Phantom 309, and I sure ain't Big Joe, and I'll hit them brakes, and I'll blow that horn, and I'll do everything I can to prevent that collision, but I will not leave my lane. The minute I leave my lane, I'm a liable party. As long as I'm maintaining my lane, I've got the right of way. I'm sorry about your luck. I'm going to do everything I can within this lane of travel to avoid the collision as far as stomping the brakes and everything else. But I'm not leaving this lane. And that's just good business, And I understand people got some, emotional things. Or what if it was your family? Or what if it was this? Or what if it was that? Well, the fact of the matter is, I'd expect nothing else from a professional driver. Yeah, that's our responsibility as a professional to maintain our lane. You know, you throw this thing out the road, you know, yeah, you might avoid the collision, but you end up going to kill yourself. And then what about your family? You know, and I hate that anybody would have to, you know, suffer a loss in a traffic accident. But you know, the fact of the matter is, you got to maintain the lane, you know, and it's just the way it is. And but reason I jumped back on, I wanted to clarify there about the after show, the conference number there. It may tell you that it's a penny a minute or whatever, but I actually pay for this service, and it's toll free. So as long as you're not running over your cellular minutes or you know, like that, it's not going to cost you a thing.
Okay.
There's no extra cost on this because I pay a monthly service fee to maintain this conference number, and it can be used 24 hours a day, 7 days a week by anybody who wants to use it. So
when it says when it tells you you're going to be charged 1 cent per minute, just kind of disregard that because it's already paid for, right?
Disregard that, yes, because see, they also offer the same company offers a service where the conference room is free, and they just charge all the attendees a penny a minute to maintain the room. But see, those don't have a permanent room number. I actually pay a monthly service fee to maintain this room 917-1231. So as long as you're in that room, which is what we all call the after show room, it don't cost you a thing. So if you got unlimited minutes on your cell phone, it don't cost you a thing. Now, like I said, if you've got a limited number of minutes and you exceed those minutes on your cell phone, of course, that's between you and the cell phone company. But as far as any additional charge to use the conference room, there is none.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I just wanted to clarify that, and I'll be out till probably 11 or noon anyway. So maybe we can get some new voices on there. I was just checking through the chat history on the conference room there, and we've already had as many as 32 people in the room at one time.
Wow.
And we consistently hold between 18 and 25. So maybe we can get some new voices in there and have some good times and laugh and cut up and stay awake and all that fun stuff. So,
and you never know who's going to be there because I know Hillbilly Tex has been checking in here and there. You'll hear from the Blind Man, and there's always the regular Chevy guy, Heat Wave Moose, Eskimo Mom likes to join in there.
Yeah, Gallagher, he's been calling pretty regular.
Yeah.
But yeah, we got a pretty good collage of people there from all over the country, and we got everybody from newspaper delivery guys to heavy haulers, log haulers, and bull haulers. And we got about every kind of driver you can think of checking in there pretty regular. So yeah, I just wanted to get the word out there, that feel free to use that thing. And like I said, in the afternoons or something, everybody wants to jump on there. That's available 24/7, 365. So I'm covering the cost of the subscription. So just everybody use it and enjoy it. That's what it's there for.
Very good. That's pretty cool, Big Moose.
All right, my man.
All right.
We'll catch you all later and keep it between the spotted and the solid.
Until we do it again. That's it. All right, there you go. Let me see. I'm not sure what the name is. Malpractice.
That's it, baby.
That's it. Okay. Well, it got correct. Got it correct.
You done good, my friend. You done good. Good morning, Steve.
Hey there.
I just want to say that is true. On the stay in your lane, we're a little small company over in Indiana, but they had an insurance guy come, and he told us, he said, if you get out of your lane and if somebody runs slap dab over top of you, stay in your lane, because if you don't, your insurance will not cover you.
Wow.
You will be at fault. And I mean, and all of us agreed to a certain point, and I I and another guy said, if I see a car load of kids, that would be where I would draw the line at, because I don't want that, I don't want that on my conscience for the rest of my life.
I mean, really natural instinct. I don't care what it is, because I've learned over the years, when a deer jumps out in front of you, you're pretty much you gotta just hit it and go. But man, your instinct is to jerk that wheel. And I witnessed the girl that had a deer jump in front of her on I think we were on I-71, coming back from Louisville or something. And she jerked that wheel and boom, around she went off one side of the highway, and she came flying up, upside down, flipped the vehicle on the other side. She was alive, but in the name of just jerking that wheel not to hit a deer, she about killed herself.
Oh yeah, and it's sort of like that commercial, the insurance commercial. Can't remember which one it is, but over around the house, it's where these squirrels are in the road, and the guy misses the squirrel and rams into a tree.
Yep.
That's your first instinct, but I agree 100% on stay your lane. And I tell you what I see, and I'm 39-year veteran out here, and what I see is the truck drivers of today. Now, if I see something happening, I try to back out of it, and you see a lot of guys, buddy, they aren't letting off that gas pedal. They're going to stay right on it, hammered down, whatever may come, whatever may fall. And it's mostly, this is my version, nobody else's. It's the foreigners that you see a lot of them from California plates on the trucks. It's like they're kamikazes, man. They're going to go, balls to the wall, until they can't go no more. And there's a lot of other people like that too. Mm-hmm. They get right on your tail. So, I guess, after all the years and I'm a Christian, and I have to pray constantly, Lord, please don't let me get out of control, and don't, because it's hard to sit here after about the 45th time somebody has flipped you a sign that says you're number one, but not in a good way. Mm-hmm. It gets aggravating. But like I say, reason I called in, buddy, is before I laid down up here in by Carnesville, Georgia, my wife said that Atlanta had people, and that's where I'm headed, that they had people throwing rocks. Did you hear anything of that, or was I didn't know if it was on a major interstate, or I told her, I said, well, I'm going around 285, but I didn't know.
I had not shared, seen or heard anything in regards to that. Wouldn't surprise me, but I'll do a quick search and see what like kids throwing bricks off overpasses kind of thing.
That's what, she said it was like they was protesting somewhere in Atlanta, and I guess they was throwing rocks at cars and stuff like that. So I told her, I said, I kind of figured it was like the main downtown drag. That's where most of that crap goes on. But
yeah,
I wasn't for sure.
I'm doing a quick search. There's nothing popping up that I'm seeing right out of the box here. The archive stories where it happens, the kind of thing happens all the time, but
right.
These stories are like back in.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, back in April. Well, hey, malpractice.
I didn't want to get in it.
Seeing as you're a first-time caller, are you a Hot Shot Secret user at this point?
No. I don't know much. I don't work on cars. I don't. When I was growing up, I wanted to be a rock star. So I stayed up in my room and learned to play. I could play any instrument there is. But I can't work on a car. I can't do carpentry work. But, a hat would be cool. But that would be about it. I appreciate the offer though. But
I'll get you a code. I'll get you a code that's it's a $60 value. You go to hotshotsecret.com. You place your order, and it'll cover shipping and everything. And I don't think they've ever said anything about, you could get yourself a Hot Shot Secret hat or a T-shirt. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, and I appreciate that, Steve. You didn't have to do that. But, yeah, hey, my dad always said, anything that's free, grab on. Ain't too much else in life free.
You got that right.
So, but, yeah, I appreciate it, buddy. But Steve, I don't know if I don't want to burn much of your time up, but, what is this, all these politics and everything? Last year I got deep into politics, and I religiously watched the news. I knew what was going on. And you know what? I'm just sick of all of it. But the thing of it is I want to see some satisfaction on people that have done the things that they've done. Let's start holding people accountable. I mean, everything I do in this truck, they hold me accountable.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and they hold you accountable. Why can't the politicians be held accountable? You listen to Sean Hannity and all them. I still listen every once in a while, and then I turn it off because they want to complain about it, but they don't want to help do anything about it, which whether they can or not, I'm not sure. But it's just, I guess it's just the way it is, but that's just the way I feel about all of it anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, at some point you get burnout. You get politics burnout. I know what you mean, 100%.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, like I say, that's about all I got. But I'm glad you're back on the air. I listened to your dad for a lot of years. I met him several times at the truck show, and he was always an awesome guy. I met him and Charlie Daniels one time. They was sitting together there at the truck show in Louisville, and I just live about 60 miles north of Louisville in a little town called Brownstown, Indiana. And I'm an egg hauler. So taking a bunch of cackleberries back to our farm up in Indiana.
All right. Well, just watch your text messages. I got your cell number here. I send that up to Chad there in Mount Gilead, and he'll text you a code.
Well, that'd be awesome, buddy. I appreciate you, man. Well, Keep doing a great job, Steve.
All right. Thanks for listening, and don't be a stranger, Malpractice. Good first-time caller. Thank you very much. 21 past the hour. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, pay attention, Steve. Get back at it. Next up, let's get back to the calls here. What do you say? Hey, Pony Horse.
Yeah, that's right. Pony Feathers.
Pony Feathers, yeah, that's it.
So, that's right. Yeah, so thanks for taking me back, Your Honor, I think. Yeah, malpractice there. That was a good call. You know, he said he was driving for 39 years. Isn't that what he said?
I believe, yes.
He did not sound like he's been out here for 39 years. He, at least he's got a good young voice on him. I'll tell you that, because he did not sound like he's been driving for 39 years. He certainly hasn't drank 39 years worth of coffee and smoked cigarettes that much. But anyways, where did we go with that one? I don't know. We got off on a tangent there. But yeah, get some. I don't know. Get some gasoline extreme. Just dump it in your gas tank when you're filling up there. But yeah, get a couple hats, get some T-shirts, get some stickers. I don't know. They got the Steve Sommers stuff over there on the Hot Shot Secret side yet? Can you buy the Steve Sommers stuff over there yet too?
I don't think they do. I don't believe. I mean, you got your Hot Shot Secret, motorsports and the racing stuff, and they got a lot of cool Hot Shot Secret merchandise.
Yeah. So I was going to say there, you're talking about the conference call there that the wonderful, generous Big Moose is set up for us. I tell you, that guy, never stops amazing me on the things he does for people. I mean, he's with what he's got going on, and he's always there looking out for everybody else there. So I don't know. I just can't find anything wrong with the guy. But anyways, I'm usually out here a lot of times between 8, 9, 10 o'clock in the evening, and I'll text a few people and see if we can get a pre-show going. So a lot of times we've already been on the phone a couple, 3 hours before, while you're getting woke up and doing all your show prep and all that. We've already been on the line there for an hour or two.
Really?
So yeah, so we do a pre-show as well as the post show.
Wow.
The after show. So yeah, it's and we do it on the weekends too. So we don't have you Friday night there into Saturday morning, and we'll run all night long there. We'll start whatever time, 10, 11 o'clock at night, and go all the way until 6, 7, 8 o'clock Saturday morning there. So for the people that aren't out here, Monday morning with us. So, but hey, speaking of that, since you missed the other night there, are you working Friday night, Saturday morning to make up for that? Or you got to do a makeup day, or how does that work? Have you talked to Chad or Chris or anybody how that's supposed to work out for you?
Horse feathers. I mean, it's called a sick day. Hello.
No, I don't get them. I got to do makeup. I don't. My work. I still got to do my work no matter what. So if I don't do it one day, I have to pick it up at the end of the week and finish it up then. But all right, I was just checking on that. But
you're just hell bent and determined to get me in here on the weekend, aren't you?
Well, I don't know. It's either that, or else you got to have the 5 hours of horse feathers sing along there with the knuckle buster.
Oh,
So I know there's a couple of drivers out there that just would really absolutely appreciate that. So, anyways, but I don't know. I guess that's about what we got going for you there. So, but yeah, anybody gets a chance to call. Oh, and the one thing, I've never had that message there about that 1 cent a minute. The whole time I've called in, I've never heard that message. So I don't know if that was from the other number we tried calling in on. But this number, I've never.
I get that. I get that every morning when I call. When I don't know, maybe it's because I don't know if it's an Android phone. You're on an Android phone too, aren't you?
No, I got an Android tablet, but I got the Apple phone. So,
okay, I wonder if it's maybe just the Android thing.
The Apple.
Yeah, I dialed the number up.
I don't know.
I dialed that, the phone number in, and it says, "This is outside your area. If you'd like to continue, you'll be charged to 1 cent per minute, or you can hang up now to avoid the charge." And I just hang on a second. It says, "Please enter your PIN number," and you're joining the conference.
I don't know, because Moose is kind of out there in your area to set that up, so I think it would be in your area. And of course, I'm over here by Baltimore and DC and all that, and I've never had that message before. So that's kind of, I was always kind of wondering why you said that, because I never heard that. But anyways, yeah, the one thing I'll say about the maintain your lane, though, get to that, is DC, in Baltimore, the traffic around here is kind of crazy sometimes. And the one thing I'll say is I've had a couple close scrapes and everything, and places where I've actually had to stop and talk with law enforcement about what happened. But I also got a camera hanging on the windshield that shows forward everything forward of the windshield. It shows what happens, and it's got pretty detailed information. I can read tag numbers and everything with it, so I can download that onto my tablet. There's been a couple of times I've been out with law enforcement there explaining what happened with other people, and he's like, well, how do you know all that? And I said, well, I got this little video here, and if you'd like to see it, you're more than welcome to. And so, that's the one thing I'll say is that the dash cam is quite the device now. I'm not for the one that turns around and looks at me while I'm doing my job, but I will say the ones that show forward, and if you got anything down the sides of your vehicle, if you can show that'd be a great thing to have, and especially now that traffic's starting to get back to a little bit heavier flow there. I won't say as crazy as when it was COVID, because during COVID we didn't have as much traffic, but you're right. I'll tell you what, the traffic that was out here was doing about double the speed I was doing a lot of times. And it was just, we talk about the DC 250 and the Baltimore 200 going around these loops. They certainly were hell-bent for election. And I'll tell you what, the ones on two wheels, they were up at Mach speed there going by us. It was zipping in and out. It was pretty, I was surprised there wasn't more people getting killed on the highways down here.
Wow.
But anyways, so I don't know. We're all pretty good shape up here. I don't know. They're talking about them hot thunderstorms coming in the afternoon. Your hot, humid weather in the afternoon, unsettled atmosphere, and thunderstorms with 100 degrees and all that crap coming in today. So I guess we got that going into tomorrow and a little bit tomorrow afternoon, and maybe things will break for us for the weekend. We've had about enough of this heat wave and hot weather and all this stuff. Time for some.
Wait a minute.
I think they call it snow.
I knew you were going to say that. You're not calling for. Yeah, that's where the dynamite comes in. It's news break time. And we'll be right back. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken says that about 1,000 American citizens may still need to be evacuated from Afghanistan. At a Wednesday press conference, Blinken said that at least 4,500 Americans have been evacuated since the operation began on August 14th. He added that the August 31st deadline that President Biden set applies to the military and not evacuation efforts.
There is no deadline on our work to help any remaining American citizens who decide they want to leave to do so, along with the many Afghans who have stood by us over these many years and want to leave and have been unable to do so.
And a federal appeals court has upheld the death sentence of a man convicted of killing 9 members of a black church in Charleston, South Carolina. A 3-judge panel of the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals upheld the conviction of Dylan Roof, who opened fire on parishioners at the Mother Emanuel AME Church in Charleston in 2015. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, the founder of Youngevity and veterinary physician, and I'm the guy that figured out the cause, prevention, and cure of cystic fibrosis. I'm the guy that found the cause, prevention, and cure of muscular dystrophy, and then I figured out the cause and prevention of Sudden-death syndrome. You don't hear about those 3 diseases anymore because in federal lawsuits, we were able to force the manufacturers of baby formulas to put these nutrients in the baby formulas. And those 3 diseases, cystic fibrosis and muscular dystrophy, were not genetic diseases. They were just simple nutritional deficiencies. Sudden-death syndrome, crib death, was not due to mother laying on the babies. Only 2% of the babies were in bed with their mothers when they died. 98% were in cribs. We had that nutrient put into the baby formulas, and we ended crib death. 20 years ago, 1 child died of crib death per 100 normal births. Today, it's 1 per 3,000 normal births. And if everybody would give all the 90 essential nutrients to these kids, none of them would die. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
subscribers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel-air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
There you go. That's my cue. And back at it here. Wait, we leave off. Yeah, don't say we didn't tell you so. Of course, none of us have forgot the whole defund the police movement last year, the summer of 2020, the summer of violence, right? The whole George Floyd thing. Yeah, lo and behold, we told you so. Some cities are now backtracking on that 2020 demand to defund police departments and instead are adding back money to their law enforcement agencies' budgets, according to the Washington Examiner. Why are they doing that? Well, because when you defund the police, suddenly there's all this violence and crime taking place in the streets. We didn't see that coming. Things are changing in some cities. Seattle, Washington. Violence has jumped since the city council voted to cut funding from their police department last year. The mayor, in an effort to hire additional officers, says she will ask the city council to free up $7.5 million in the police budget that had been frozen. Several officers left the department during the last year. Those departures have resulted in delayed response times for 911 calls. And, of course, we've seen the violence. And then across the border in Portland, Oregon, the mayor there said he's going to work with the Portland Police Bureau officials on a proposal to put resources behind hiring additional officers. They've been operating with 67 fewer police officers than were authorized in 2020. Oh, then there's our wonderful Lori Lightfoot in Chicago announcing her budget plan for the next fiscal year includes increased funding for the police department. You know, where murders in that city have increased 60%, according to the latest data there. President coronavirus stimulus permitted federal funds to be used to fund police departments. After months of ignoring the ongoing crime in so many American cities, the president finally addressed the violence. House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy said back in late June, adding that Republicans will not defund the police. We're going to add more police. Oh, so finally the sun's shining in. We shouldn't have done that. Hey, is this Mark?
No, this is Mercury Man.
Mercury Man. What's going on, Mercury Man?
Hey, Steve. Look, I was going to comment about the U.S. Foods. I work for U.S. Foods. I work out of Jackson down here, Jackson, Mississippi. I run a shuttle route from Jackson to Greenwood twice a night. And that's true. They are so hard up for people right now. They're trying everything they can to get drivers in here. And I sent you an email probably 3 months ago that was $15,000 back then, but they have upped it to $20,000 sign-on bonus now.
Wow, I did when he was talking a few minutes ago. I did a quick Google search, and I did find several $15,000 sign-on bonus headlines. I didn't find a 20, but so that it is actually a $20,000 sign-on bonus, huh?
Yes, yeah, it's a $10,000 sign-on bonus down here in Jackson. But they just can't find drivers. They can't even find warehouse people either now. They're having that Memphis division up there is really in deep trouble. They're having people from out of state through the company. They're begging for people to go to Memphis and work for 2 or 3 months and then come home and stuff like that.
Wow.
It's company wide, baby. They're in deep trouble trying to find workers. The Memphis division is so bad that we have what they call freezer, cooler, and dry sections. Like on a Sunday night, they'll come in and work the freezer section and get those loaded on the trucks, and those trucks will go out that morning, Monday morning, and work that. Then they come back the next day, and then they'll work the cooler and dry sections and go to the same store the next day. Instead of making one delivery per day, they're making 2 deliveries every 2 days to the same store because they don't have enough people there to work. It's our division here in Jackson. We're pretty much uptight. They need drivers where we're at now, but it's all day drivers, and you have to be an athlete to do this kind of job. The shuttle job, it's gravy train. This is nothing. I run almost 500 miles every night, and there's nothing to it. But them day drivers, I used to push in groceries. I did that for a couple of years, and look, I didn't know what work was until I took that job. And we were unloading anywhere from, and this is only one person per truck per dolly. You had to wheel it off with a dolly, a 2-wheeler,
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't nothing small. Anywhere from 14 to 18,000 pounds of food every day. I'd leave my house at 4 o'clock in the morning, and most of the time I didn't get home at 10 o'clock at night. I had muscles popped up in places I never thought I had a muscle in.
I bet. Well, the story, I shared the story last evening. It was, they had pointed out Cisco, I guess, I don't know, is that's probably a competitor of U.S. Food, and they named some others. They're all in kind of the same boat. Cisco said that they're missing orders and having to not take orders because they can't meet demand.
That's right. That is true. We share the same up here in Greenwood. I share our shuttle base up here in Greenwood. We share it with Cisco drivers, and they tell me the same thing. They're having issues with retaining drivers. Now, I will tell you this: the guys up north up there, the union guys. We're not union down here. But the union guys up there, from what I've been listening to with them on, I got a Facebook page that I monitor with them, and they keep telling me that they have installed these AI cameras in their trucks, and they're firing people just for maybe taking a sip of coffee or not having both hands on the wheel, you know. And I know one place, I believe it was in Rochester, they were talking about their union won't let them use that camera against them. It's more like a coaching tool, but they don't use it for disciplinary. But I do know there are a lot of other places that do use it for disciplinary, and you get like 2 warnings, and in that 3rd warning, you're gone. They don't want you eating a bag of chips. They want you looking in the mirror every 2 to 5 seconds. The camera monitors your eyes, and it tells the supervisors whether you're looking in your mirrors and everything too. It can tell if you doze off. It can tell if you blink for more than what you supposedly supposed to be blinking eyes for to get sleepy, you know. It monitors all that stuff, and I know several people have done gotten fired for because of the camera. But the thing down here, what we have, we don't have those cameras yet. The drivers that we get down here, we come out of they're fresh. I mean, they're 22, 23-year-old kids, and most of them can't drive a stick. But they go through the schools and they have these exemptions on their CDLs where they're restricted to driving nothing but automatics. And we're having to swap a lot of our trucks out because some of our older trucks, you know, they're all stick shifts, you know, and they can't drive them. I had to swap out one a couple of months ago with a new driver we have up here in Greenwood, and I didn't know that. So I brought an old truck up to swap his truck out with, and he couldn't drive it. One of the senior guys had to give him their truck just so he could make his route delivery because he couldn't drive a stick.
Wow,
it's pathetic. I don't. But like I said, they're having a hard time trying to find drivers, trying to find warehouse people. We got more women working in the warehouse now than I've ever seen. I've been with this company 25 years, and I have never seen this many women, and they're doing it. I mean, they're doing they're a little slower, but they're getting the job done. But we've got several women up there working in the warehouse now, which was unheard of probably 5-6 years ago. But it's bad. It is bad. They need drivers. They need drivers something fierce up here. But it takes a special driver to do this kind of job. You ain't gonna come in here and get a shuttle job. I think my Jackson warehouse, we probably got 5 or 6 people over the age of 50 that still run routes down there. But they got all these casino runs, so they're gravy train on it. You know, they don't have to touch the groceries or nothing. But the other ones, they work for them. They start out. The drivers start out at $23.50 an hour. I think it is $24 an hour. And you automatically get 2 weeks paid vacation. You get 6 personal days. You get 5 sick days. And after the 2nd year, you'll get 3 weeks paid vacation. So they trying to. Hell, even the fuel man that fills our trucks up out here, he gets $19.50 an hour starting out.
Wow.
The full benefit throughout the state. So they had to up the money trying to get people in here, and we still can't keep people. I've seen they had a new guy who's still out of the night, and that makes like the 4th one in the last 2 months.
Wow. So it's just like a revolving door. So you can make good money, but I mean, you're going to work for it. But I mean, you know, the compensation is there.
Yes. Yeah, you get paid good. Now, like I said, I've been here almost 25 years now. When I started, it was $11.22 an hour. And I don't get paid by the hour anymore. I get a component style pay. And mine equals out to about $34 an hour right now.
Wow, not bad.
They call it Chinese overtime or whatever. I ain't never been able to figure it out. If it all equals out and everything, you know, we get like 58 cents a mile. We get $55 just to show up to work. We get $6.50 for every profit that we get. You know, and so on. You know, things like that. But it's good money, but you work your butt off now. You can't come in here and thinking. And that's a lot of the big deal with the young guys too. They're coming here and they're not realizing what kind of work this is. especially in this Mississippi heat, buddy. I'm gonna tell you,
Yeah.
you will sweat it out up here, and they just don't do it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're not advertising no-touch freight. You're going to touch it all, right? It's work. And I mean, you know, I've talked to some of the recruiter guys and whatnot, you know, whenever the last time we had a truck show down in Louisville, it's been a while, hadn't it? They said, hey, listen, it's work, but it's good pay. You ain't going to be sitting behind a desk, typing on a computer or pushing a pencil. You're going to be working for your pay. All right, who we got on this line?
Captain Ron.
Captain Ron, what do you say? Morning.
Not a whole lot. Thanks for reading my post about my dad last night.
Yeah,
on the show.
how's Dad doing?
I don't know. I think he might be doing a little bit better than he was Sunday, but they took him in by ambulance on Sunday, and of course they gave him the COVID test, and that came up positive. But they sent him back home with no medicines or anything. And then my mom, I think she's got it now. She got tested, but you know she's got to wait for the results.
Yeah.
But what do they do? I mean, you go in, you get tested because you're feeling bad, but then you don't get the results for, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. What do they expect people to do? I mean, no medicines, no nothing. But anyway, I got up early Monday so I could have my mom call my dad's doctor. They've got the same doctor. I didn't know that at the time, but to see if they would give him ivermectin. And she called me back and said that they wouldn't prescribe it for him. They don't believe in ivermectin.
Okay.
Kind of like that story you talked about with your doctor.
Yep.
And it kind of made me a little bit mad, after when you was reading the story about your doctor. Now I guess I know why. But my wife's friend, they gave it to her, and she never did have much symptoms, and she wasn't vaccinated at all. So I don't know. But they got one of those antibody therapies. Is that what you were talking about down in Miami?
That's the one called Regeneron. Regeneron. I don't know if it's available everywhere. I'm assuming. I know, like in Texas, supposedly it's available free to anyone who's tested positive. I think it's the same thing there in Florida. You got to go to the drive-through clinic or whatever. It's free if you have a positive test.
Yeah, it's set up at the Florida State Fairgrounds outside of Tampa. I was just wondering if it was the same thing. I was going to ask you what you knew about it, but you brought it up in the show already. And I was talking with Fly Rod yesterday morning, and Jolly Green beeped in. And we're talking away, and we hear him ordering breakfast. And I didn't know that some of these truck drivers were high society. You know what he ordered, Steve?
What's that?
He ordered croissants. I mean, that's high society, ain't it? I mean, what happened to good old biscuits and gravy?
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? That just ain't right. I'm just kidding, Jolly Green. But that's all I got.
Hey.
I wanted to just bring up that ivermectin thing.
All right. Yep. Yeah. So I guess apparently it's a shot in the dark because one doctor says yay, another doctor says nay. And I think the doctors that are saying nay haven't done their due diligence to research. As I mentioned, I did, by the way, earlier, I shared that link on my Facebook page where you can go. You click on that, and it takes you to like more than there's over 100 different studies there. And you can check the results of ivermectin. You can check the results of studies involving vitamin D. Captain Ron, you ask about, what's mom supposed to do or whatever if they they won't prescribe the ivermectin. I mean, I think the protocol is zinc, vitamin D, vitamin C, thiamine. Yeah, I definitely probably ask my doctor about the Regeneron, because that is what they, the whole FDA approval thing. Apparently there's doctors out there that just toe the line and won't do anything or won't take a shot on anything that would be considered experimental. And, I can almost guarantee you these doctors that are refusing to prescribe ivermectin right now, probably in fairly short order, now that the vaccine, the Pfizer, has full FDA approval, they're going to have to start authorizing some of these other therapies that are available. But, all right, not a whole lot of time left. Let me get back up here. And, yes, Chevy Guy.
Yeah, I get those pretty often, the middle finger things. I thought that meant that you were number one. Like, the new fella that called in, he said that was supposedly not a good sign. So I'm surprised. Because it seems like I always came out ahead, you know what I mean? So I thought they were number one. Like down here in 526, getting on to 26, we're sitting there in this long line. 26 is almost sitting still. Well, I'm getting up to the ramp. Well, you see this little car come just flying up, way out the 2 lanes out in the left lane there, and he comes right in down there. And I'm just about to where I'm in the ramp and got the guardrail, and he comes flying in there and tries to dive into this 4-foot space ahead of me. Of course, I didn't open up, and he ended up having to sit there at the guardrail. Well, he shoots me the bird. And I look at him in these mirrors, and I just start cracking up laughing. I stick my hand out, gave him the thumbs up. Well, he finally gets on the ramp. He catches up to me in 26. Well, by the way, we're doing about 3 miles an hour and stopping, there's a wreck up the road there.
Mm-hmm.
He comes up alongside. He rolls down his window, and I lean out, and he goes, "Man, you're good." And I said, "Well, you be careful messing with these big trucks, but better luck next time." So sometimes we have fun with it. But, no, on the drug thing, I hate to say this, it pays to ask your doctor this one little question. Are you authorized to make a prescription out for any drug that's not in your network? And, sometimes they get offered this drug, and a drug company comes in, will cut you a deal, you buy all our drugs, and, and that's it. You can't sell some other drugs. It's in that network. And it's just plain and simple. They're not going to subscribe anything. And like you said, they just don't want to take a risk on the new stuff. My wife did have a doctor in West Virginia. His mother was a herbalist. And he said, "Miss Sue, I can't subscribe this to you." But he said, "Mom, you need to go talk to my mother." And he wrote out a note, gave it to my wife. And he said, "That's unofficial." He says that the system won't let me get you outside. But he said, "I'd rather, if you can get it naturally other than chemically," he said, "I'd much rather see you do that." Mm-hmm. And he was a great doctor. I miss him since we moved down here in South Carolina, and I don't think the VA is much better. It's all, anybody could be a doctor in the VA. It's all on the computer. You tell them what the problem is, they type it in on the computer, they look it up, and then they push a button, and the diagnosis or the medication dosage all comes on that computer. It's not like you don't even need a real doctor anymore there.
Well, sometimes you wonder if you've actually got one. But Chevy Guy, we are up against the clock. Got to roll. All right, so we're going to close things out here on a Thursday morning. 1:30 this afternoon. Don't forget, Join the Hot Shot Secret weekly live show from the studios there at the Home 20, Mount Gilead, Ohio, via the Facebook or YouTube channels, hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret Facebook or YouTube channels. Product highlight this week at 1:30 this afternoon. Going to be talking Gasoline Extreme. And, of course, any questions you might have, join them for that live. And we'll see you back here at the midnight hour tonight. Hope you'll join us, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.